of the year. Spiro Maricas being joined by Tiger former head coach and Hall of Famer Gordy Combs. And Gordy, for the Tigers, an important game because week 2 and you're going into the CAA.
Yeah, right off the bat, getting into the conference. And it's always big when you have to play a conference game because that's what all your impetus is for the season.
Tigers will play this conference game and then go out of conference for the next 2 weeks before it's all CAA. After that, first 4 games, they don't have to leave the state of Maryland, playing the University of Maryland last week, here at home tonight, next week against Morgan, and then at home against Norfolk State in 2 weeks. The first time the Tigers will leave the state of Maryland to play a football game is September 30th when they go up to New Hampshire. But for Coach Pete Shinnick, this is his first home game and a big one for him.
Yeah, anytime, you change and have a new head coach, the first opportunity to play home is always important. And I can remember when I was the head coach and I would be listening to Lee Corso, and he would always talk about you win your home opener, you win homecoming, and you win your last home game, you keep your job.
All right, for the Tigers last week, losing to Maryland 38-6. Nathan Kent got his first start as a Tiger, completed 16 of 31 passes for 128 yards. Got off to a very shaky start, but seemed to get more and more comfortable as the game went on.
Yeah, I think what helped him is we had some plays designed for him to get the ball out quick. We had some play action. We moved the pocket around, and then, I thought we ran the ball extremely well during the game, and I think we'll see more of a run game, even though they talk about Pete's offense as an air raid.
Well, the Tigers going to take on a team that last year they beat 52-48 up in New Jersey, and one of the key men in that ball game for Monmouth, Jaden Sheridan, who's on the Walter Payton watch list, rushed for over 200 yards against the Tigers. This is a kid that's averaging 7.4 yards a carry in his career. Last week against Florida Atlantic had a rough go of it, 24 carries for 66 yards. But he's someone the Tigers certainly have to watch today.
With a nice average like that per carry, you got to get him the ball. And the other thing is, he probably has had some big plays.
Quarterback is a transfer from Sacred Heart. Marquez McCray threw for 249 yards last week, 2 touchdowns and an interception. Every Towson sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Towson defense makes this season, Food Lion will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need in the Baltimore area. Food Lion is a proud partner of Towson football. Tigers will kick off to start this ball game. They are in gold with black helmets, Monmouth, white tops, blue pants, and silver helmets. As we get set to go here this evening, Eddie Morales back deep to return the kick for Monmouth. As we get set, Towson with the left-footed kicker of Caden Williams. And we are just about underway here at Johnny Unitas Stadium. Tigers are 40-12 lifetime in home openers. High end over end kick. Morales will take it on the far side right at the goal line. Starts up to the 10, the 15, cuts outside and is taken down at the 16-yard line. So Monmouth will start 1st and 10 there, as Makai Smith made the tackle for the Tigers on that play.
I think this is the first time we've worn all gold tops and gold bottoms in quite some time.
I think you're right. I don't think ever with the black helmets.
I think that's true.
That's your uniform update. McCray will start in the shotgun. Surden standing to his right. We've got 2 receivers left, 1 man to the right. It has been thunderstorming on and off all day. We hope we can get this game done in a timely fashion. Pass caught, 25-yard line up near the 30. Goes Dymere Miller, who had a huge game against the Tigers last year. Makes that catch for a first down, a catch of 13 yards. He had 10 catches last week against Florida Atlantic, but just for 78 yards.
I'm sure a bunch of those were that wide receiver screen play.
They mark him down at the 29, so 1st and 10 for Monmouth from their own 29-yard line. Line up quickly. Sheridan gets it up the middle, crosses the 30, 35, and up to the 37-yard line. That's a gain of 8. Will bring up 2nd down and 2. For the Tigers here this evening, again playing their first home game and with Pete Shinnick and an all-new staff. Darian Doolin is the defensive coordinator. He came with Pete Shinnick from the University of West Florida. Tigers play a 3-4. There's a pitch to Sheridan around the right side. He's got the first down over the 40, up to the 45-yard line. Gain of 7 on the play, and another first down for Monmouth.
Just an old-fashioned toss play. We didn't set the edge, and they could get outside on us.
Kevin Callahan, the head coach of the Hawks, he's only been there 31 years. You went against him several times.
Yeah, when we were in the old conference,
First
Northeast Conference.
There's a give to Sheridan on a misdirect, and he gets hit in the backfield and brought down for a loss. For the Tigers, Tylen Wallace making the stop. He's one of the captains today. Transfer from Missouri Western State University. So a loss of 2 will make it 2nd down and 12 for the Hawks at their own 44-yard line.
They're having a little trouble getting to play, and especially the receivers away from the Monmouth bench.
Split 2 men left, 2 to the right. Out of the shotgun is McCray. 2nd and 12 from the 44-yard line of Monmouth. Snap, McCray back to throw. Pressure comes, gets hit, ball loose, picked up by the Tigers, and down at the 33-yard line. This may get reviewed as whether it was a pass, but for now, it is Tiger football.
I don't think his arm went forward, and we're going to see the video review right now. And no, it's a fumble.
For the Tigers, Makai Smith, grad student, transfer from Stony Brook, and now they are going to review it. As the Tigers, if it stands, will have it 1st and 10 at the 34. And talking to Coach Shinnick this week, the one thing he was a little disappointed with his defense last week was that they did not create any turnovers in the ball game.
You know, Jesus almost intercepted that ball, Jesus Gibbs, number 8. But he dropped it like a lot of defensive linemen do.
When you're in the Towson, stop by Barley's Backyard Uptown before and after the game. There's no better place to gather with friends, family, or a group of Towson Tiger fans. So for some incredible views, amazing drinks, and shareable eats, go to Barley's Backyard Uptown. Let's play. As they are reviewing this, and we should tell you that tonight's Powerball jackpot, $500 million.
I'm going to buy a ticket on the way home.
$500 million. You'll share, right?
Absolutely.
Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer. Must be 18 years or older to play. Please play responsibly. You can celebrate your lottery wins in lots of ways, like giving it to your buddies. But the very best way to play is responsibly. See how to play within your limits at marylandlottery.com/play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to play. Now the referee will tell us what he came up with.
And the offense is going out on the field.
So the Tigers get the turnover. As Makai Smith with the big hit there, and the Tigers take over 1st and 10 at the 34 of Monmouth. Nate Kent, the quarterback, as he's got Devin Matthews standing to his right. Back to throw, pressure comes, rolls to his right, looking, going to take off and run, gets to the 30 inside and pushed out of bounds at the 27-yard line. So a gain of 7 for Nathan Kent, the junior from Liberty High School in Eldersburg, Maryland.
That's one thing I think we saw last week is he's able to extend the play, whether it's a quarterback scramble or a pass downfield. And, you know, he showed us some speed last week.
2nd and 3 for the Tigers. Kent to throw. Near side pass caught at the 20-yard line. To Kendall James inside the 5 and into the end zone for the touchdown. So
a lot of missed tackles by Monmouth on that play.
4 catches last week, his first touchdown catch of the year. Tigers get the turnover. 2 plays later, they're in for the score.
Or you could say that Kendall James made them miss.
And for Nathan Kent, his first touchdown pass of the season as the Tigers take that 6-0 lead. Now, Towson a little short in players, and quickly out is Kevin Gaston to try the extra point.
We were missing an offensive lineman.
Kick is up, and it is good. Timeout on the field. 11:57 to go here in the first quarter. Tigers capitalize on the turnover. 7-0 Towson. Back after these words. Tigers scoring as we watch Nate Kent hit to Kendall James for a 27-yard touchdown pass to give the Tigers a 7-0 lead. And what we feared has just happened. We are in a weather delay, as there's been lightning in and out of the area all afternoon, everybody leaving the field. So we are going to have to.
It looks like the clouds have a lid over the stadium. I can't see behind us, but that's what it looks like.
You know, and the problem is once they make that delay, you have to wait at least 30 minutes and hope that you don't see any more lightning in those 30 minutes, because that clock starts again if you see another lightning bolt. So we will take you to alternate programming as the Tigers lead Monmouth 7-0 with 11:57 to go here in the first quarter. We'll come back when play resumes. I'm here.
All right, we're still waiting. No sign of the team, right?
No.
All right, we will hold off until we get a sign of the team because I don't want you guys to have to fill for, so I'm just going to have them start into the second tier of second half-hour block of programming, and they'll preempt it.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good.
Spyro, do you have your walkie? I can turn it back in and see if
Nothing happens.
okay.
No little red light comes on. Nothing.
Okay.
hey, Chris, do you know if Mike is still around?
Troubleshooter.
Franklin?
Say again, Mike.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at this.
Well, I get paid the big bucks.
I'll punch out. I'm trying to replay guys that are looking for a camera.
Oh, okay.
You know, I got this on my first day on the job. I worked here for 30
Yep.
When do you want to come back?
Say
Want to fill to kind of reset?
2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Want 2 minutes on the clock? And we
Yeah,
can show.
yeah.
If I get my replay student back, we can show because I think we had a third look too of that touchdown. So you can talk about
Okay.
I guess it was pretty good weather. Um, okay, so with 2 minutes left on the clock, we will. So if you guys are in place within 10 minutes with three, and I'll tell Monumental to run that.
Okay. Yes. Back here at Johnny Unitas Stadium, our weather delay is over, hopefully for the rest of the night, as clouds and storms continue to be around the area. Delays all up and down the East Coast today. The Tigers leading 7-0. Monmouth on their first possession fumbled, did quarterback McRae after he got hit by the Tigers' Mekhi Smith. The Tigers recovered at the 34 of Monmouth. Nate Kent scrambled for 7 yards, and then he hit Kendall James for a 27-yard touchdown pass. And the Tigers took a 7-0 lead. And then right after they kicked the extra point, as we watched the replay of Kent hitting James, right after they kicked the extra point, we got word there was lightning in the area, and we went into a half-hour delay. Teams are now back out on the field. And, Gordy, how does that affect you? You go out there, you play a little bit, and then you got to go back in the locker room and come back out. They let the teams warm up a little bit.
You played one series on offense and one series on defense, and I never had to go through this. We had the game delayed in the 2000s when we were playing Bowie here, but the game never started, and we had a delay in the start of the game, and then we continued to play. We never had a stoppage. That's got to be a very difficult thing because it's really uncharted waters to be able to do something like this. Now, I'll be very curious to see what they do about halftime.
What do you mean?
Well, if you decide just to play, keep playing, take a small break.
I'm sure they'll have a halftime.
And then,
we only played 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, both coaches will agree or disagree. I don't know. I'm sure Monmouth, they were probably late getting home last Saturday because they flew to play in Miami against Florida International.
Atlantic,
okay, in Boca Raton. So maybe they didn't get home till late or early Sunday morning. They're going to get home late tonight again, even though it's probably right around a 3-hour bus ride. And then they'll have to turn around and get to play at home, though, which will be good against Campbell.
So the Tigers will be kicking off when play continues, again leading 7-0 here in the early going. Towson ran just 2 plays on offense. Monmouth ran 4 plays on offense. And that's when the lightning came. They have let everybody back into the stadium, and I would say about half of the people that were originally here are back in the stands.
And that's generous.
Tigers again wearing all gold uniforms today with black numerals and black helmets for those of you just listening. Monmouth in blue pants, white tops, and silver helmets. As Caden Williams gets set to kick off again for the Tigers. Morales is back deep for the Hawks along with Jalen Dotson. He's from Good Counsel High School. As we get set to go here. First CAA game of the season for both teams. As Williams, the lefty, gets set. Tigers move left to right here in this first quarter. 11:57 to go in the first quarter with Towson on top 7-0.
I don't think it rained.
It didn't. Very short, high end over end kick, and Morales calls for a fair catch. Now picks it up. He can't run with it. And Monmouth will start 1st and 10 at their own 25.
That was different.
So McRae will come out. He got hit as he was getting ready to throw on the play that led to the Tiger turnover. And again, Coach Shinnick, very big on pressing his defense to try to turn the ball over. And now Monmouth's going to get the ball at the 7-yard line. All right. First and
Interesting.
10.
Very interesting. I learned something every day.
Raymond, the linebacker.
Towson ran to the football very well there, and Jesus Jesus did a good job of setting the edge there, even though he was getting double teamed, number 8.
Tiger defensive line, Tylen Wallace, Samuel Obiang, and Jesus Gibbs. Your linebackers, Makai Smith, Mason Woods, Jamal Gay, and Daniel Raymond. 2nd and 8. And they give on the end around to Dymere Miller. Miller over the 15 has a first down at the 20, up to the 25, and taken down at the 27-yard line. So that's a pickup of 18 yards for Miller, who last week did not have a carry in the game against Florida Atlantic.
Jamal Gay missed a tackle there.
So 1st and 10 for Monmouth at the 27 of the Tigers.
Wide receiver sweep.
As they have the play clock down to 5. McCray gives to Sheridan up the middle, crosses the 30. Still fighting, gets to the 34-yard line. That's a nice pickup of 7 yards, 2nd down and 3. Now, this Monmouth team, they can put points on the board. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and their offensive line is getting good push on the run game, so really good size on their offensive line.
Give to Sheridan again, tries to cut it to the outside, nowhere to go. He'll lose a yard. In on the stop there for the Tigers, Nick Haynes, a junior from Stockton, California.
It's a long way.
So 3rd down and a yard coming up. In for the Tigers today in the secondary, Charles Peoples, who missed the game last week with an injury, grad student who played a lot for Towson last year. He's back in the starting lineup today. 3rd and 1 for the Hawks at their own 36. Send the man in motion. Give to Sheridan up the middle. He's got the first down and more all the way out to the 44. That's a gain of 8. Will bring up 1st and 10 for the Hawks. 9:15 to go first quarter. Tigers leading 7-0. So Sheridan off to a good start for the Hawks. 7 carries for 34 yards. 1st and 10, McCray sends a receiver in motion to the far side, looking to throw to the far side. Now going to throw it. Pass is caught at the 40, up to the 45, midfield. Down to the 42-yard line goes
it's a late
Asante
hit.
Kearney.
Blocker downfield. After the whistle, there was a late block on a Towson guy, and I think it's going to be moved. It should be a dead ball and go back 15 yards.
So now the official will tell us what the flag is for. And you're right. Personal foul, Monmouth. So it is a first down, and now they'll move it back 15 yards. All the way. No, they're going to mark it, at the 43-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 11 for the Hawks. No, 1st and 10. At their own 43. McCray out of the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Sheridan behind the quarterback. Turns, fakes, wants to throw, dumps it off. Tight end screen, caught to the 45, and down at the 48-yard line goes Jack Neary. So Neary, senior from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, gets up to the 48. That's a gain of 5. Will bring up 2nd and 5 for the Hawks.
You know, that was a very different interpretation of the rule because it was a dead ball. Why wouldn't you go 1st and 10 from the spot the runner went out, back 15, and be 1st and 25? That's just my official of the day.
Out of the pistol, they give the Sheridan up the middle, crosses midfield, down to the 43-yard line of the Tigers, and a first down for the Hawks. So this drive started back at their 7, and they've moved it to the Towson 43. As we're midway through the first quarter, Towson leading 7-0 after we've had a 30-minute lightning delay.
And really, it was 45 if you considered a 15-minute warm-up for both teams.
Correct. McCray gives to Sheridan around the right side, and he gets ankle tackled at the 45-yard line, loss of a couple. So a great play there by the Tigers.
It seems to me that after that first series, we corrected that when they got around our edge, and the success that Monmouth has had is running right at us in between the tackles, on this, especially on this series.
So 2nd and 13 coming up for the Hawks. Jakari Patterson made the stop there for the Tigers. McCray out of the pistol. Fakes to Sheridan, throws to the far side, incomplete, trying to get it to Asante Kearney, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 13.
Depending what they get on this 3rd down, this could be 4-down territory.
McCray 4 of 6 for 50 yards so far. As they've got 3rd down and 13 at the Towson 46-yard line. McCray out of the shotgun. Sends a tight end in motion to the far side. Gets a snap, back to throw. Looking all day. Now pressure comes, he's going to run. 45, hit and taken down at the 40. So he gains 6, but it's going to bring up 4th down and 7. So Kevin Callahan in his 31st year with a decision to make here.
Looks like they're keeping the offense on the field. Tight end comes out. Another receiver in the game. 4 wideouts in the game right now.
They split 3 to the left, 1 to the right. 4th down and 7.
Towson looks like they're in man coverage.
McCray.
Looks like they're coming from a blitz from the outside, both sides.
He gets a snap. Pressure comes. Going to throw to the far side. Incompleted pass. And the Tigers will take over on downs. Timeout on the field. 5:33 remaining here in this first quarter. Our score, Towson 7, Monmouth 0. We'll come back to Johnny Unitas Stadium.
You can celebrate your lottery win lots and lots of ways. But the very best way to play is responsibly. See how to play within your limits at mdlottery.com/playresponsibly.
At MedStar Health, we believe that sometimes getting care shouldn't require getting up. That's why we offer multiple ways to get care from wherever you are, 24 hours a day. MedStar Health, it's how we treat people. At MedStar Health, we believe that your day doesn't stop at 5, so care shouldn't either. That's why we have more urgent care locations than anyone in the region, all with extended hours. MedStar Health, it's how we treat people.
Jack's playing baseball now, and Sam inherited her dad's love of chemistry and his teeth. And I'm learning that having a family is expensive.
Well, at Wise, you can find plenty of ways to save on things your family loves. And less money on groceries means more money for everything else.
That's awesome.
That's Wise.
Eat better, spend less, that's Wise.
At MedStar Health, we believe that your day doesn't stop at 5, so care shouldn't either. That's why we have more urgent care locations than anyone in the region, all with extended hours. MedStar Health, it's how we treat people.
Tigers on 1st and 10 from their own 41. Give to Devin Matthews up the middle. He gets a yard to the 42. Will bring up 2nd down and 9 with the Tigers up 7-0. 5:15 to go here in the second quarter. Kent out of the shotgun. Matthews stands to his left. Drops back to throw. Looking. Going to go deep. Down the middle of the field. Caught by James at the 32-yard line.
What a beautiful catch. He went up, got off his feet. Defensive back was right on him.
Tigers quickly to the line of scrimmage. Give to Matthews up the middle, and he'll fight to the 31. Gain of 2 will make it 2nd down and 8. Now, Coach Shinnick wants to run that air raid offense. So the Tigers want to get a lot of plays in, keep the defense off balance. 2nd down and 8 from the 31 of Monmouth. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Matthews to the left of the quarterback. Give to Devin again up the middle. Has a hole inside the 25. Breaks away to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, and down inside the 10 to the 8-yard line. A pickup of 23 yards and 1st and goal Towson.
Running the ball in between the tackles. I think that's what this team does very well. I saw a little bit of that last week against Maryland.
Give to Devin again. Flags on the play. Tigers may have jumped.
Yeah, legal procedure.
So that'll move it back to the 13-yard line. Will be 1st and goal from the 13.
Gives us a little more room.
Diego Hunter checks in for the Tigers as Matthews will come out. Towson will split 2 receivers left and 2 to the right. Kent looking to the sideline to get the play, as Hunter will line up to his right. Play clock down to 3. Kent gets a snap, looking to his left. Now pumps, now gets hit. Gets brought down, loss of 4 on the play, back to the 17. So what was 1st and goal at the 8 is now 2nd and goal at the 17. It's not the way you want to be going.
Backwards.
And the play clock to our left is not working. The one to the right is. So 2nd and goal from the 17-yard line. Kent out of the shotgun. Gives to Hunter. Diego up the middle to the 10. Inside the 10 and back to the original line of scrimmage at the 8. So it'll be 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. Good gain of 9 by Diego.
Was that his first carry of the game?
Yes. 3rd and goal Tigers from the 8. Kent splits 2 men left, 1 to the right. Out of the shotgun. Drops back. Looks to his right. Still looking. Now gets hit. And down he goes at the 9. And Keegan Vaughn will have to come out and try a field goal attempt.
I don't know if Kent was trying to get out of the gas of a guy, but he got the ball back in the middle of the field to make it a little bit easier of a kick than being on the hash mark.
Out of the hold of punter Justin Ritter. Keegan last week was 2 of 2 against Maryland. This will be a 25-yarder. Snap is high, but down, and the kick up and good. So with 1:38 to go here in the first quarter, Tigers now lead 10-0 over Monmouth. As the Hawks have had the ball twice, they fumbled and lost it. The first time they had it, the Tigers converted that into 7 points. And now Monmouth on their second drive went forward on 4th down at the Tiger 40. Could not pick it up, and the Tigers drove it down inside the 10 and settle for the field goal.
So the offense has reciprocated to the defense about the fact that after we got the fumble, we scored a touchdown, we had a short field. Now defense stops them on 4th down, we drive down, and we had that illegal procedure penalty, and then we had loss of yards, but we got back into a manageable 3rd and goal, didn't make it, and now we have a 10-point lead.
Don't have time to shop for your next tailgate party? Weiss Markets is here to help. Shop at your convenience online or on the app, and when you're ready, place the order. You can pick up your groceries curbside on the way to the game or have them delivered to your house. Eat better, spend less. That's Weiss. High end over end kick. Morales will go back into the end zone and make the catch. Down it. And Monmouth will start 1st and 10 at their own 25. So a good kick that time by Caden Williams. His last kick was pretty short, and Morales called for a fair catch at the 7 and caught it there, and that's where Monmouth started that drive.
And it looks like we're trying to kick the ball in the corner right around the numbers inside the 10. That time we just got an excellent kick that just went into the end zone. I don't think the wind is a factor.
Nah, there is no wind at all, really. So 1st and 10, Monmouth at their own 25. McCray so far 4 of 6 for 50 yards. Sheridan has carried 9 times already for 40 yards in this ball game. McCray out of the shotgun. Gives to Sheridan up the middle, and he'll gain 4 to the 29. And you said it, when you got a guy averaging 7 yards per carry in his career, keep giving him the ball.
That's right.
So 10 carries already. He's on pace for about 42 carries in the game.
We weren't set on defense.
There's a give to Sheridan around the right side. They recover, though, and a big hit. As crossing the 30, Mason Woods laid a lick on Sheridan. As he'll pick up 3 to the 32, will bring up 3rd down and 3.
Mason did a good job of coming up, number 55, but he just forgot to wrap up.
So 3rd and 3 for the Hawks at their own 32-yard line. Split one receiver to the near side, that's Kearney. Miller to the far side. Now he comes in motion. They give to Sheridan up the middle. He gets hit. Keeps his feet going, but he's not quite going to get there as he gets to the 34.5-yard line.
And he needs to get to the 35.
And that'll bring up 4th down.
And
give Sheridan credit, though. He looked like he was going to be stopped back at the 32, and he was able to get punter. 2.5. And now, you know, Coach Callahan's got a decision, 4th and a half, and he's keeping the offense on the field.
And he brought in another offensive lineman.
So 4th and a half yard, and Monmouth going for it at their own 34.5-yard line. And now whistles.
Oh.
And the quarter has come to an end. So Coach Callahan will have a chance to think about whether he wants to do this or not. We'll come back to Johnny Unitas Stadium. Tigers leading Monmouth 10-0 as we get set for the second quarter of play, and a big one coming up for the Hawks. They have 4th and a half yard at their own 34.5-yard line, and they are going to go for it. As
they've had some success running right at us.
Out of the shotgun, 4th and a half yard. Send a man in motion. Give up the middle, first down and more, and breaking through and going all the way for the score. Sony Entau, with the touchdown, as he had 1 carry last week for 2 yards, and that was a touchdown. Well, this one goes 66 yards for a touchdown. Transfer from Harvard. Sone Entau. So that makes it 10-6 pending the extra point. And the kick by Michael Calton is up, and it is good. Well, I guess it was the right choice by Coach Callahan to go for it. Timeout on the field, 14:51 to go in the second quarter. Our score is now Towson 10, Monmouth 7. Back to Johnny Unitas Stadium.
You can celebrate your lottery win lots and lots of ways. But the very best way to play is responsibly. See how to play within your limits at mdlottery.com/playresponsibly.
At MedStar Health, we believe that sometimes getting care shouldn't require getting up. That's why we offer multiple ways to get care from wherever you are, 24 hours a day. MedStar Health, it's how we treat people.
Cap off the season with the 4 best days of fall at Sunfest. Experience the ultimate celebration of food, drinks, arts, crafts, and entertainment along the boards from October 19th to the 22nd. Embrace fall with a variety of fun activities, including beach bonfires, corn maze, tractor rides, and pet and bicycle events. Shop around over 200 arts and crafts vendors. Immerse yourself in music with an incredible lineup of free musical performances. Enjoy free family fun all day. Visit oceocean.com/sunfest for more.
So Monmouth goes 93 yards on that drive, started back at their 7-yard line in the big play. 4th and a half yard at their own 34.5, and Sone Entau goes 66 yards for the touchdown. 10-7, Towson leading with 14:51 to go here in the first half.
Sometimes you sell out on the run, you bring the safeties up, and you don't have the guy back.
Kick coming to Diego Hunter on the near side at the 3. Starts up at the 10, to the 15, the 20, 25, breaks it to the outside 30, 35, 40, 45, midfield, and down at the 44-yard line of Monmouth. So Diego Hunter, who last year had a 90-yard kickoff return against this Hawk team, takes it about 50 yards on that one.
Why would you kick to him? Any of the preseason CAA special teams guy?
But there was a flag on the field holding against the Tigers way back at the 33, and that will negate the long kickoff return by Diego Hunter. Take it all the way down to the Tiger 22. So instead of 1st and 10 from the 43 of Monmouth, you have 1st and 10 from your own 22.
I mean, really, it's a 10-yard penalty, but it turns out to be a 40-yard penalty.
Correct. Tyrell Green in at running back, transfer from Fullerton College. And Kent fakes, throws, downfield, incomplete, intended for DeKendall James, and there's a flag as they were impeding Mr. James's progress. So he could not go to the football. That's going to be a flag against Monmouth. Although they could say that it was an uncatchable ball, and they're talking right now.
Well, it depends whether it was holding or pass interference. If it's holding, doesn't matter where the ball is thrown. If it's pass interference, that's when they'll pull the flag.
There is no foul. So an incompleted pass will make it 2nd down and 10 from the 22 of the Tigers. 14:29 to go here in the first half. Towson leading 10-7. Kent out of the shotgun. Green stands to his left. 3 receivers all split to the near side. Nate drops back, throws, pass caught by James at the 20, breaks 1 tackle up to the 25 and out of bounds. Gain of 3 on the play will bring up 3rd down and 7. Kent now 4 of 5 for 55 yards and the touchdown pass. 3rd down and 7. The Tigers will split 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Ball at their own 25-yard line. Green stands to the left of the quarterback. Awaiting the snap. Play clock down to 3 to 2. And he gets a snap and gives to Green up the middle. And Green fights his way to the 29, but he's going to be 3 yards short of the 1st down, and the Tigers will have to punt the football, I believe.
Yeah. And it'll be the first punt of the game.
It will. So Tyrell Green, his first carry as a Tiger, goes for 4 yards, but again, a couple of yards shy of the 1st down. Justin Ritter in the punt, stands at his 15-yard line. Eddie Morales back, standing at his 22. And there's the punt by Ritter, very high. Morales calls for a fair catch at the 34-yard line of Monmouth, and that's where the Hawks will start 1st and 10. Timeout on the field, 12:47 remaining in the first half. Our score is Towson 10, Monmouth 7. Monmouth has it 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. Tigers leading the Hawks 10-7, 12:47 to go in the first half. We did have a 45-minute weather delay. The give to Sheridan over the left side. He gets hit and taken down immediately. No gain on the play. As Mekhi Smith with a good tackle there. Bring up 2nd down and 10. So this Tiger defense has given up some yardage, and the big play was Sone Entau with a 66-yard touchdown run on 4th and a half yard from his own 34. Now 2nd and 10 for the Hawks at their own 35. Their 3rd possession of the evening. Give to Sheridan over the left, gets away from the first man, breaks it outside, and gets up over the 40. Gain of 5 on the play will bring up 3rd down and 5. So the first time they had the ball, McCray fumbled after he got hit. Tigers turned that into a touchdown. Second time, they went for it on 4th down, didn't make it. The Tigers converted that into 3 points. And then the third time they had the ball, they went 93 yards for a touchdown. Now they've got 3rd and 5 at their own 40. McCray with Sheridan standing to his right. 1 receiver left, 2 to the right. Takes a snap, drops back. Looking, pressure comes, and down he goes. Jesus Gibbs with the sack. Back at the 27-yard line. That's a loss of 13.
That's a good example of pressure up the middle and the guy on the outside running his pass rush lane, and the quarterback felt the pressure inside and came out, and Jesus was waiting for him.
Jesus, who went into the portal after Rob Ambrose was not given a new contract, met Coach Shinnick and his staff and decided to stay. High end-over-end punt. Londano going to call for a fair catch on the far side about the 26-yard line, the 25. And the Tigers will start 1st and 10 there. So Nathan Kent will come out. So far this afternoon, he's 3 of 4 for 55 yards and a touchdown. Devin Matthews, the Tigers' leading rusher, with 3 carries for 26 yards. And DeKendall James has all 3 of the Tigers' receptions this afternoon, or now evening. 1st and 10. To give to Matthews over the right side, and Devin keeps the legs going all the way up to the 30, a gain of 5. Looked like he wasn't going to gain anything on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 5 for the Tigers.
Good push by the offensive lineman from behind to get that extra yard. Keep that pile moving forward.
Kent has Matthews standing to his left. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Nate drops back to throw all day. Now rolls to his right. Going to take it upfield and get collared down at the 32. A gain of 2 will bring up 3rd down and 3. So the Tigers with 10 minutes to go, and now holding called against Monmouth. So that'll be a 10-yard penalty and the 1st down for the Tigers.
I'm waiting for our offensive coordinator, Brian Shepard, to pull out a quarterback run design play.
Now Monmouth is without a defensive coordinator, as Andy Bobick, who had been there forever, left the team before the season started for personal reasons. And Coach Callahan did not name a defensive coordinator. It's kind of a group effort. 1st and 10 for the Tigers at their own 42. Give up the middle. Matthews crosses the 45 and gets to the 47. That's a gain of 5. Will bring up 2nd down and 5 for the Tigers. In front of that offensive line of left tackle Dan Volpe, left guard Matthias Ajingbarag, center Ralph Page, right guard Alex DeZara, and the right tackle Florian Staller. 2nd and 5, Towson at their own 47. Dropping back is Kent. Rolling to his left. Pressure comes. Going to throw deep. Down the middle of the field. Incompleted pass intended for Matthew Akuchi.
And, you know, Matthew got a lot of playing time last week in the second half against Maryland.
Transfer from Florida Atlantic, who Monmouth lost to last week. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 5. Kent showing a strong arm on that one, Gordy.
And he had a lot of pressure right in his face, and he got sacked right at the end.
5 receivers, 3 left, 2 right. 3rd and 5, Towson at the 47, their own. 9:08 to go, first half. Towson leading 10-7. Again, these two teams last year scored 100 points combined. Kent, quick pass out to the right, dropped
the ball.
So that'll bring up 4th down. And the Tigers will have to punt for the second time tonight. As Akuchi couldn't hang on. He was going to be a yard short of the first down. But 4th and 1 at the 49 of Monmouth, and you might go for it. Morales drops back to his 10 to receive the punt from Ritter. Ritter standing at his 33.
Out, and he didn't come into the numbers. We're offsides.
No flag.
Wow.
Wobbly punt. Hits at the 23. Takes a sideways bounce and will go inside the 20 to the 19. So Monmouth will start 1st and 10 at their own 19-yard line with 8:54 to go here in this first half of play. A lot of action in the CAA today as the Tigers playing the late game here. Gardner-Webb is leading Elon 13-3 at halftime. Villanova is delayed. They lead Colgate 7-0. At the half, William and Mary over Wofford 20-6. Penn State destroyed Delaware 63-7. 1st and 10 Monmouth at their own 19. McCray with a long count. Throws out into the flat, caught and brought down. There is Miller at the 21. Gain of a couple on the play. Central Michigan beat New Hampshire in a shootout 45-42. Michigan State over Richmond 45-14, and North Dakota State beat Maine 44-7.
I guess North Dakota State is an upset that they didn't play for the national championship last year.
Tigers will be there next year. McCray back to throw. Across the middle, pass caught, 25, up to the 31-yard line, and a first down as Miller gets the reception. That's his 3rd of the evening. So 1st and 10 Monmouth at their own 31. McCray sends 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Fake to Sheridan, wants to throw. McCray now, pressure comes, down he goes. 3rd time tonight he's been sacked. And that time it was Ernie Smith, senior out of Oakland Mills. So a loss of a couple will bring up 2nd down and 12.
Had a good game inside where, you know, one lineman went down, the other guy came off the edge.
And the Tigers going to run 8-9 guys along that defensive line throughout the game. McCray gives to Sheridan around the left side, gets over the 30, up to the 33. Gain of 4 will bring up 3rd down and 8. So 3rd and 8. As the Tigers looking for the stop against Monmouth. 6:38 remaining here in this first half. McCray.
Ooh.
And now the Tigers jumped and then Monmouth jumped. I think they're going to call it on Towson.
Yeah, we entered the neutral zone. That caused the offensive lineman to rear up, show pass, and now it'll be 3rd and 3.
3rd and 3 for Monmouth at their own 38.
Got to tell those defensive linemen, stop hearing with your ears and watch the football, which is right in front of you.
So the Hawks, who earlier went for it on 4th and a half yard at their own 34, you got to think 3rd and 3 at their own 38. They might be in 2 down territory here, unless they hit a loss.
It's a run.
To give the Sheridan up the middle. He's got the first down up to the 45-yard line. Gain of 7. So that'll keep the drive going for the Hawks. Tigers led 10-0 in the first quarter. Since then, Monmouth the only team to score. Give to Sheridan again. Sheridan squeaks through a hole. Looked like he was going to get nothing, and he gets 5 to the 49 of Towson.
And the Hawks are going from a no huddle just right to the line of scrimmage and calling the play. It's not really a hurry here. Towson made some substitutions here.
2nd and 5 for the Hawks at the 49 of Towson.
Looks like too deep for the Tigers.
Sheridan.
Now we go 3.
They fake to him. Now they're going to throw to Sheridan. Wide open in the flat to the 40, 35, and out of bounds. So they fake the handoff to Sheridan. He runs into the flat on the far side. Nobody picked him up. And McCray with an easy completion that goes down to the 35-yard line. So Sheridan, a busy beaver here tonight. He's got 17 carries for 71 yards and then picks up 14 on that reception.
No doubt that was a busted coverage by Towson not to have anybody in the flat area.
1st and 10 Hawks at the Towson 35. Man in motion to the far side. Now he runs around behind.
Reverse.
And here's a reverse to Miller. 35, 30. Gets away from one tackle and driven out of bounds at the 26. A gain of 9 will bring up 2nd and 1. Impressive drive by the Hawks here. Monmouth has outgained Towson 194 to 110 here in this first half of play. McCray out of the shotgun on 2nd and 1 at the Towson 26. Fakes a handoff, throws out in the flat, pass caught, first down to the 20-yard line. TJ Spite from Meade High School. So he's back in his home state playing today. He picks up 6 in the first down.
So far in this one, since we come back from the delay, Towson is missing too many tackles.
Give the Sheridan around the right side, and he takes it down to the 17. Or actually, that was Spite again. Excuse me, gain of 3 on the play. Spite last week against Florida Atlantic had 1 carry for 15 yards. So 2nd and 7 as McCray back to throw. In the flat, caught by Spite at the 20 to the 15 to the 10, and they've got 1st and goal at the 9. So 3 straight plays by Spite, who hadn't had any before that. So 1st and goal for the Hawks at the 9 of Towson. 2:45 remaining here in this first half of play. This has been a long drive, eating up about 5 minutes. McCray out of the shotgun. Sheridan standing to his right. Gives to Sheridan up the middle, and he gets bottled up at the 6-yard line. Gain of 3 will make it 2nd down and goal.
During my young coaching career, when I was in my 20s, I coached basketball at Meade High School for 2 years, and I coached lacrosse for 3.
Both teams have all their timeouts remaining as we work our way down to 2 minutes to go in the half.
It's been a long drive. They got the ball back with 8:54 in the second period.
2nd and goal from the 6. So this drive now over 6 minutes, and Sheridan out of the Wildcat. over the left side, gets down and into the end zone. Touchdown, Monmouth. So Mr. Sheridan,
he's picking up from where he left off.
Had over 200 yards against the Tigers last year. He's got 19 carries for 80 yards and a touchdown here in this first half. I remember when you wanted Tony Vincent to carry the ball 40 times in a game, and he carried it 44 times. Well, Sheridan's getting up there.
That was against James Madison in 1992.
Extra point is good. So Monmouth, who trailed 10-0, now leading 14-10 with 1:44 to go in the half, and the Tigers do have all 3 timeouts. And the Tigers will get the ball to start the second half. So a chance to put some points on the board here late and then get the ball back and put more points on the board.
Looks like during the weather delay, Monmouth made a lot of adjustments. As they've come out.
Well, we hadn't played that much to make that many adjustments.
I know. It was 2 series.
Right.
No, it was 1 series for each team.
One for each team. 2 series total. Londano lines up on the far side. Diego Hunter on the near side. Diego had a big kickoff return that was negated by a hold last time the Hawks kicked off. And again, last year, he had a 92-yard kickoff return for a touchdown against them.
And let's see if they kick to him this time.
Scoring not quite as much as last season's game where the Tigers won 52-48.
Maybe the Monmouth Hawks had a attitude adjustment during the weather break.
Maybe. Vincenzo Rea will kick off. Left footer, line drive kick, and it's going to go out of bounds. Nope, stays inbounds. Touchback. That ball looked like it was going to kick dead right out of bounds, and it didn't.
And so did Diego Hunter.
So the Tigers will start 1st and 10 at their own 25.
Because if you can field a low line drive kick, it doesn't give the coverage team an opportunity to get downfield, so you have a little bit of space to run it back. But still good field position at the minus 25.
1:44, all 3 timeouts for the Tigers.
Plus the clock doesn't use up any time because we never touched the ball.
Kent, 3 of 6 for 55 yards so far tonight.
Let's look for number 13, Kendall James.
Kent out of the shotgun, back to throw, rolling to his left, throws downfield, incomplete, trying to hit Londano. And if you're Monmouth, you're thinking if we can get a quick 3 and out, we've got 3 timeouts. We might be able to get the ball back and do something.
Well, you know, there's 1:41 left in a half, and the clock stops on an incomplete pass.
So 2nd down and 10. Diego Hunter is the back, stands to the left of the quarterback. Kent out of the shotgun. Hands off to Diego up the middle. And Diego trying to get something, but keeps running into Hawks and goes down at the 28, a gain of 3. 3rd down and 7, and now a timeout called possibly by Monmouth.
I think that's exactly what you were talking about before.
So that'll bring up 3rd down and 7 for Towson at their own 28.
Whoa.
So they're putting 1:33 back on the clock.
They got 8 seconds back.
3rd down and 7 coming up for Towson at their own 28. They trail Monmouth 14-10. And again, the game started. Each team had the ball once. Monmouth fumbled. Tigers took that advantage and scored a touchdown. Then we had a 45-minute weather delay. And since then, Monmouth's outscored Towson 14-3. So 3rd down and 7 at their own 28. Kent out of the shotgun. 3 receivers split to the far side. Back to throw. Pressure comes. Rolling to his right. Now turns upfield, throws incomplete. And that'll bring up 4th down.
And
Monmouth
don't have to use a timeout because incomplete pass.
Right.
1:26 to go in the half, and they have 2 timeouts left.
So Morales drops back for the punt from Ritter.
And I would think that Monmouth they had a lot of success of throwing the ball to the back out of the flat on a little wheel route. So I expect them to try to do that again.
Ritter standing at his 13. Need to get a good one off here. And the punt very high. Morales calls for a fair catch at the 31. So Monmouth will start 1st and 10 from there with 1:20 to go here in the first half. Well, they've racked up some yardage here in this first half of play, have the Hawks. 229 yards, just 113 for the Tigers, and it's been balanced as they've thrown for 93 and rushed for 136. So 1st and 10 from their own 31. McCray is 10 of 12 for 93 yards. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Back to throw, fires to the far side, pass is dropped, incomplete. Intended for Gavin Nelson. Nelson had 1 catch for 21 yards last week. 2nd and 10, 1:16 to go. And now if you're Towson and Monmouth doesn't do anything here, you got timeouts to call. You could get the ball right back.
Yep. And I think if you're Monmouth, you want to throw the ball downfield or have that route where you get the back into the flat and try that, see if that works. They have 1 receiver to the bottom of the screen.
2 to the left. They fake the handoff, throw in the flat, and it's dropped by Miller. And that'll bring up 3rd down.
And
so,
1
yeah, now if you're Towson, even if Monmouth catches a pass in play, but they don't get the 1st down, you call timeout, you're going to have the minute left and get the ball back.
Well, yeah. If I'm Kevin Callahan, I'm running the ball and make Towson use one of those timeouts because it's 3rd and 10. And it looked like we're showing a little blitz here.
McCray back to throw. Pressure comes, fires, pass caught at the 40, and a 1st down to the 42-yard line. As Kearney makes the catch, and this drive keeps moving. 1st and 10 at their own 42. Clock running, 55 seconds. Dump it over the middle. Wide open Sheridan in midfield to the 45 and down to the 44. That'll stop the clock, as they do stop the clock when they move the chains in the final couple of minutes.
Correct.
Clock rolls with 44 seconds. McCray back to throw. Pressure comes, throws to the near side, incomplete. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10, stops the clock with 38 seconds.
Smart play. He threw that ball out of bounds. He wasn't trying to throw to the receiver. Unless it was Wilt Chamberlain out there on the sideline playing wide receiver. But I didn't see number 13 for them tonight.
Have you seen that documentary?
No.
Watch it.
Wilt Chamberlain?
Oh, it's great.
Okay.
Just came out. 2nd and 10 for Monmouth at the 44 of the Tigers. McCray out of the shotgun. Back to throw. Pressure comes. Dumps it across the middle. Incompleted pass. Intended for Spite at the 25-yard line. Dorian Davis broke that baby up, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 10 with 33 seconds left in the half. You got to figure Monmouth is in 4-down territory at this point.
Yeah, because you also want to try to eat up the clock as much as you can. Or make Towson use, they have 1 timeout left?
Tigers? I think they have 3. So third
Yeah.
down and 10 for Monmouth at the Towson 44. McCray, and now whistles and a timeout call by Monmouth before the snap. So third and 10 coming up. William John Massage Studio in Timonium is a focus-driven, therapeutic, purposeful massage therapy for life, offering sports massage, deep tissue, prenatal, CBD, and Reiki with sound healing. Their goal is to keep you aligned and well. Every day, rediscover your best self at WilliamJohnMassageStudio.com. Third down and 10 coming up for Monmouth at the 44 of the Tigers. McCray out of the shotgun. Sheridan stands to his right. Two receivers left, one to the right. Tigers show blitz. Back to throw is McCray. Looking, fires across the middle. Caught, first down, or no, shy by a yard at the 35. Clock rolling with 23 seconds. So 4th and 1 for Monmouth at the Towson 35. They quickly line up. Give to Sheridan. Sheridan up the middle, has the first down to the 32. Clock stops with 10 seconds left in the half. So, timeout by Monmouth with 10 seconds remaining.
You know, that's an interesting situation there. You know, whether you want to run the play real quickly or call a timeout and then go for it. Just my thought. Especially when you had 3 timeouts left.
Well, Monmouth is out of timeouts.
Oh,
Tigers have all 3 remaining.
I guess I'm reading the scoreboard wrong.
The scoreboard's incorrect.
Okay.
Hawks are out of timeouts. They've got it 1st and 10 at the Towson 32.
So they're going to throw the ball in the end zone or throw an out route on the sideline. And they're in the middle of the field, so they could throw to either way to the out.
2 men left, 2 men right.
But he's got to get rid of the ball.
McCray back to throw. Fires deep down the left side, and that ball is incomplete. The Tigers say they got an interception.
Number 7.
I think the officials are saying that it was just an incompleted pass. That's Charles Peoples, who came back after the injury last week. 4 seconds left in the half. And Charles Peoples is screaming to the sideline, you got to go ask for a replay. As we watch the replay, and I don't think so. And now Pete Shinnick is asking for a timeout, and he's going to get it.
Good. And they didn't get the kick, you know, to give the kicker an opportunity to kick a practice kick. He called the timeout right away.
So it's going to be a 49-yard attempt by the place kicker, Michael Calton. As both teams back on the field. Calton did not try a field goal last week. Did miss an extra point. So this is going to be a 49-yarder, no wind at all. Ball's right in the middle of the field.
You want to put pressure up the middle when it's a long field goal.
Kick is up. It's long enough and wide right.
Oh.
So that ends the half. The Tigers led 10-0 at the end of the first quarter, but Monmouth scores the only points of the second half, and that's 2 touchdowns. So they take a 14-10 lead into halftime as we're getting set to head down to the field for head coach Pete Shinnick. And Mike Gaffigan down there with the head coach. And let's go to Mike for his talk with Coach Shinnick.
Coach, your assessment of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we give up a couple of big plays, or we're playing really good. We know they're an explosive offense. That fourth down really hurt us in the long run. I felt like we had a guy just out of a gap right there. Offense, we need to be consistent after the first couple of drops.
Okay, Coach, thank you.
Thank you.
Spiro, back to you.
All right, so we're at halftime. Our score is Monmouth leading Towson 14-10. We'll come back to Johnny Unitas Stadium.
You can celebrate your lottery win lots and lots of ways. But the very best way to play is responsibly. See how to play within your limits at mdlottery.com/playresponsibly.
At MedStar Health, we believe that sometimes getting care shouldn't require getting up. That's why we offer multiple ways to get care from wherever you are, 24 hours a day. MedStar Health, it's how we treat people.
Cap off the season with the 4 best days of fall at Sunfest. Experience the ultimate celebration of food, drinks, arts, crafts, and entertainment along the boards from October 19th to the 22nd. Embrace fall with a variety of fun activities, including beach bonfires, corn maze, tractor rides, and pet and bicycle events. Shop around over 200 arts and crafts vendors. Immerse yourself in music with an incredible lineup of free musical performances. Enjoy free family fun all day. Visit oceocean.com/sunfest for more.
This is TU, where big college promises turn into life-changing action. Opportunity here isn't pie-in-the-sky thinking. It's out there in the world doing. Potential isn't in the future. It's now, in every line of code, in every creative spark. And discovery isn't starting from scratch. It's digging in to your existing momentum. Join a community of doers and grab life by the stripes at Towson University.
It's halftime of the home opener between the Tigers and Monmouth, and joining me now is the interim president of Towson University, Dr. Melanie Perot. Welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
The start of the fall is always exciting, and school has just gotten underway. What is new shaping up this academic year?
So we're really excited. We have the largest incoming first-year class in TU history, so that's really exciting. Students are looking at TU and voting with their feet and coming to the university, so they're bringing a lot of energy to the campus, and so we're excited about that. We have some new programs for students to take, so we are launching our PhD program in autism studies this fall, which has a great group, and we're really excited about the possibilities of that program moving forward. We have some new facilities about to come online, so our new science building, it's about, we call it new, it's about 2 years old at this point. But
it's a big one.
It's a big one, and it's beautiful. State-of-the-art labs for everybody. Our students get to use the state-of-the-art labs, so it's really exceptional. And our new College of Health Professions building is on its way to being on time and on budget, ready to open up this coming summer. So that's just going to be just a game-changing facility for students interested in the health professions.
Now, with all these students coming in, and I know it's changed over the years, do you know what percentage are coming from in-state and what percentage are coming from out-of-state?
Sure. So the vast majority of our students actually do come from Maryland, so it's north of 85% at this time on the undergraduate side. And so On the graduate side, we do see more out-of-state, more international students coming for those programs, but largely in-state for undergraduate.
All right, so you told us what's new if people want to come to campus and look, but for those who haven't been in a long time, boy, has this place changed.
Boy, you should come and check it out. So in addition to the academic facilities, the student union, many of our alumni will remember it as a small, dark, cramped space.
It does not look like it was when I was here. I know that.
It does not look like that. Now it's huge. It's airy. We have
food options.
All kinds of food options, really great food options, including a local pop-up eatery, which is really exciting. So every few weeks, a new local restaurant takes over that space. So we have a Jamaican restaurant in there right now. I personally am very excited about the prospect of a chicken and waffles place that's going to be in there in a few weeks, and I will plan to gain about 10 pounds
There
that
you
week.
go. Now, the recent fundraising campaign just ended. How did that go for the university?
Oh, it's terrific. So our target was $100 million, and we actually exceeded that number. We hit $102 million and counting. So that's going to be incredible for the campus. So that supports all sorts of student scholarships. It supports our student athletes. It helps on facilities. And so we're going to be getting all sorts of great outcomes there, including the Academic Achievement Center here for the athletes on the athletic side of campus.
Now, there are probably some folks that have never heard of Towson University. What should they know about a TU education?
So they should know that it's a world-class university, and it is increasingly recognized. So we are a top 100 public university in the entire United States. We have world-class facilities. We have incredible faculty and staff that are here to support you. So we have some top programs that are recognized internationally, including our cyber program, which is recognized as one of the best in the world. And so we attract a lot of students for that particular program. But we have all kinds of amazing programs, including in the arts, the liberal arts. Our health professions, of course, are widely recognized. And of course, our origins as a teachers college aren't forgotten either. So we produce the most teachers for the state of Maryland out of any college in Maryland. So we continue to be very proud of our education program, even as we've added all of these other programs surrounding them. So it's a top-notch university, incredible return on investment. We are Money Magazine's #1 value institution in the state of Maryland. And most recently, we were found to be in the top 9% in colleges across the entire country in return on investment. So we're an amazing value. So if you want to invest in yourself, TU is the best place to go.
Athletics is a big part of
Absolutely.
a college experience, and the season has begun, and already we're seeing great things from the volleyball team and looking for a good year.
For sure. So we have incredible athletes and incredible coaches at TU. So we're incredibly excited that we're starting the Coach Shinnick era in football. So we're excited to see where that goes. Coach Pete is a terrific guy and a great leader, and we're very fortunate to have him at TU. Our soccer team is off going. The volleyball team, all sorts of athletics have started for the fall. And, of course, we're looking forward to it. It won't be very long until our winter sports get going. So very much looking forward to that. But it's really exciting to come and attend the events and cheer on our athletes. So they're great students. They're great in the classroom and great on the fields as well.
Dr. Perot, thank you so much for being with us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We will come back with more of our halftime show right after these words. Apparently, originally, she wasn't going to go for it.
Oh, really? Somebody encouraged her?
Yeah. That's fine. Okay.
You on? Okay.
Mike was telling me to come. Tigers are trailing Monmouth 14-10 here at halftime. Game started with Monmouth with the football, but the Tigers were able to force a turnover as McCray coughed it up, and the Tigers recovered at the 34 of the Hawks, and then Nate Kent hit to Kendall James for a 27-yard touchdown pass. That gave the Tigers a 7-0 lead. We had a weather delay as the Tigers had that 7-0 lead. The weather delay happened right after they kicked the extra point on that touchdown. And since we've come back over the last 26 minutes and 57 seconds, Monmouth with a couple of touchdowns. Sone Entau on 4th and a half yard at their own 34 went 66 yards for a touchdown. That made it 10-7 in favor of the Tigers. And then Monmouth was able to go ahead with the go-ahead score as Sheridan out of the Wildcat went up the middle for a 7-yard touchdown run.
Interesting on that play, they put the quarterback in motion. He was standing right next to the back. You know, when you look at some of the stats, we were 0 for 4 on 3rd down. Plus, they were 2 for 2 on 4th down.
2 for 3.
2 for 3.
And 3 of 7 on 3rd down. So,
you know, they were 50% on 3rd down and 4th down conversion, which is excellent.
The Tigers were 0%.
Yep.
All right, we'll come back to Johnny Unitas Stadium. Tigers trail 14-10 at the half.
Cap off the season with the 4 best days of fall at Sunfest. Experience the ultimate celebration of food, drinks, arts, crafts, and entertainment along the boards from October 19th to the 22nd. Embrace fall with a variety of fun activities, including beach bonfires, corn maze, tractor rides, and pet and bicycle events. Shop around over 200 arts and crafts vendors. Immerse yourself in music with an incredible lineup of free musical performances. Enjoy free family fun all day. Visit oceocean.com/sunfest for more.
At MedStar Health, we believe that your day doesn't stop at 5, so care shouldn't either. That's why we have more urgent care locations than anyone in the region, all with extended hours. MedStar Health. It's how we treat people.
You can celebrate your lottery win lots and lots of ways. But the very best way to play is responsibly. See how to play within your limits at mdlottery.com/playresponsibly.
At MedStar Health, we believe that sometimes getting care shouldn't require getting up. That's why we offer multiple ways to get care from wherever you are, 24 hours a day. MedStar Health. It's how we treat people. At MedStar Health, we believe that your day doesn't stop at 5, so care shouldn't either. That's why we have more urgent care locations than anyone in the region, all with extended hours. MedStar Health. It's how we treat people.
This is where everything starts. It's a place of new beginnings, new opportunities, and a new identity. We are the Coastal Athletic Association, and from the beaches to the city streets, we are united to succeed at an elite level. In competition, in our communities, in our lives. This is the tide that lifts us, the fire that burns inside all of us. This is our moment, our new chapter. This is CAA football, and we are united in excellence.
Tigers trailing by a score of 14-10 here at halftime. One big discrepancy in this first half. Monmouth ran 46 plays to the Tigers 20. Total yardage is 266 to 113. The Tigers were effective running the ball 12 times for 58 yards as Devin Matthews leads the way, 5 carries for 36 yards. Nate Kemp was just 3 of 8 for 55 yards and a touchdown in the first half. For Monmouth, Jaden Sheridan, 20 carries, 83 yards and a touchdown. And McCray was 13 of 20 for 127 yards. He was sacked 3 times and coughed the ball up once. TJ Spite, 4 catches for 18 yards. Dymere Miller, 4 for 42 yards in that first half of play. Towson will have the ball when the second half commences here at Johnny Unitas Stadium. And again, temperatures are in the mid-70s. It's humid. We had a weather delay of 45 minutes because there's been lightning on and off all day here in the Baltimore metropolitan area. And we're hoping that that was the only delay that we have tonight. We will come back with the second half of play. Our score at halftime, Monmouth 14, Towson 10. Tigers trailing Monmouth 14-10 as we get set for the second half of play. Diego Hunter and Lucas Londano dropping back deep for the Tigers. They'll move right to left, wearing all gold uniforms with black helmets, black numerals. Monmouth with white tops, dark blue pants, and silver helmets. 10th meeting between the two schools. Tigers are 8-1 lifetime against Monmouth, including a 52-48 victory last year up in New Jersey.
And I'll take that loss. That was my loss.
Okay. These two teams will play every year.
That wasn't Coach Ambrose's loss. That was mine.
If the CAA sticks with the format they have now, Towson will play Monmouth every season, along with Delaware and Villanova. End over end kick going to be taken by Diego Hunter on the near hash at the 4 to the 10. Breaks to the outside, heading to his right, up to the 20, 25, and down at the 27-yard line. So a 23-yard kickoff return by Diego Hunter. And the Tigers will start 1st and 10 at their own 27.
And anytime you kick the ball to him, he's a threat.
As they learned last year when he returned to kickoff for a touchdown, he had 334 yards of total offense last year and was named the Special Teams Player of the Week.
And I don't think he's been targeted yet today.
He's got a couple of carries. So 1st and 10 for the Tigers at their own 27. Kent drops back to throw, looking, throws across the middle, caught by James at the 30, trying to avoid a man. Flag goes down, and James goes down at the 35. That's going to be a hold against the Tigers. So that on the gate, an 8-yard gain. That's going to be pass interference on the offense.
I guess the only thing I can say, we maybe did a pick.
4th penalty of the evening against Towson. So instead of 2nd and 2, you're going to have 1st and 20. No, 1st and 25. Back to the 13.
14-10. Let's run the football a little bit.
Well, you got 1st and 25 now.
Yeah, now don't run it.
Kent sends 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. He's going to keep it on a quarterback draw up the middle, and he gains a couple to the 15. Will bring up 2nd down and 22. So the Tigers, again, will split 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Diego Hunter is your running back. He stands to the right of the quarterback, Nate Kent. Kent now sends James in motion to the far side, stops, runs back to the near side. Kent to throw, setting up a screen for Hunter, catches it at the 11 to the 15, gets up to the 18 and taken down there. That's a gain of 2, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 19.
20.
3rd and 19. Tigers have it at the 17. They've got to get to the 37. Well, 3rd and 20. 3rd and 20 for the Tigers. Devin Matthews checks in. He'll be the running back.
Not a lot of good plays in the playbook. 20 yards.
Kent will have Matthews standing to his right. 1 receiver left, 3 to the right.
They bring the blitz.
Kent throws across the middle. Incompleted pass. Looking for Daniel Thompson up at the 27-yard line. Would have been well short of the 1st down if he could have caught it. So Ritter on to punt again. This will be his 4th punt of the night, averaging 36.7. Morales drops back to his 38-yard line. Ritter will stand at his 2. 13-13 to go in the 3rd with the Tigers down 14-10. Gets a snap. Very high punt. Morales calls for a fair catch at his own 46. 37-yard punt with no return as Monmouth will take over for the first time here in the second half. And they've had they've had pretty good field position all game long, except for the one time they got it at their own 7, and they ended up driving 93 yards for the touchdown.
And that was that series was same the big 66-yard run.
So 1st and 10 for Monmouth at their own 46. Again, they ran 46 plays in the first half. Give to Sheridan up the middle, and Sheridan with a couple of yards.
And also, which coincides with that, is the time of possession. They had it for 21 minutes to our 9.
Gain of 3 will break it 2nd and 7. And that wears out the defense.
I don't care how many defensive linemen you're substituting. They get tired. Those big guys get tired.
So 2nd and 7 for Monmouth at their own 49. McCray out of the shotgun. Drops back.
Blitz.
Pressure comes, and he's just going to throw it away. And there's nobody there. That could be intentional grounding. He was not outside of the tackle box.
And the line judge, the center judge, and the referee.
They're all coming to talk about it.
And he was in the box.
There's the flag.
That's the kind of play we need right now. Good pressure with the blitz.
So not only are they going to lose about 10 yards, but it's a loss of down. So that'll go back to the 37. It's actually a loss of 12. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 20. That's the 3rd penalty of the night against Monmouth. Tigers have 4.
And and I like rotating guys, but I got to have Jesus Gibbs in the game now.
He is not. 3rd down and 19. McCray out of the shotgun, dropping back, fires across the middle. Pass is caught by Miller all the way down to the Tiger 47. He is 3 yards short of the 1st down.
And they're going
now,
for
if you're
it.
Coach Callahan, you think about going for it.
And he is.
4th down and 3 at the Tiger 47. So they give up 16 yards on that 3rd and 19 play.
Maybe they're just going to try to draw us off.
McCray out of the
That's what I would
shotgun.
do.
Looking over this Tiger defense. Play clock to 10. Takes a snap. Dropping back. Throws. Pass caught. Miller 1st down. Monmouth at the 40 of Towson. Well, you got to hate that. You got 3rd and 20, and they convert.
It's a gutsy call. Double slant. Guy from the inside guy ran a slant. The outside guy ran a slant.
Give to Sheridan, or actually not Sheridan. That's Sone Entau. And for the first time this year, Sony Entau carries the ball and doesn't go into the end zone. Just his 3rd carry this year, his first 2, he had touchdowns. Gained 3 on the play to the 36. So 2nd and 7. Sheridan back in the game, and now they got to reset the play clock. 10:55 to go in the 3rd quarter. Towson trailing 14-10, and Monmouth on the move. McCray out of the pistol. Sheridan behind. One receiver left, one to the right. Fakes to Sheridan. Back to throw. Looking deep. Down the near side. Pass caught. Touchdown Monmouth. Asante Kearney gives Monmouth a 20-10 lead. 36-yard touchdown pass from McCray to Kearney.
And beat a pretty good corner in Robert Javier.
Yeah, Javier was about 3 yards behind. So now Calton on to try the extra point.
Had a long time to throw that ball.
Again, you go down to that big 3rd and 20 play where they picked up 17 yards.
And now they're 3 out of 4 on 4th down conversions.
Correct. Snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. So the Tigers, who led at one point in this game 10-0, now trail 21-10. 10:44 to go in the third. We come back to Johnny Unitas Stadium. A 54-yard drive by Monmouth as they now lead the Tigers by a score of 21-10. Marquez McCray, 16 of 23 for 182 yards and a touchdown in this game. Diego Hunter will take it at the goal line on the near side. Cuts towards the middle, now breaks back to his left, 25, 30, and out of bounds at the 33-yard line. Good return by Diego. Tigers got to capitalize. 10:37 to go here in the third quarter. And a 10-0 lead has disappeared to an 11-point deficit. Kent comes out. Tyrell Green will be the running back. He was injured, did not play last week. Originally from Baltimore, went to Fullerton College. He's a big back. They throw out in the flat, caught by Londano at the 30, 35, 40, up to the 47-yard line. That's a good pickup of 14 yards and a Tiger first down. And the first guy besides DeKendall James to catch a pass tonight. So 1st and 10, Tigers quickly to the line of scrimmage. Give to Green over the right side, gets over midfield, down to the 49, pick up a 4, bring up 2nd down and 6. So 2nd and 6 coming up for the Tigers at the 49 of Monmouth. Kent wants to throw, firing deep downfield. Londano's got it to 22, to the 20, 15, 10, 5, and knocked out of bounds. He was wide open at the 22-yard line, and the Tigers have it 1st and goal at the 5. There's an injured Monmouth player on the field, Tyrese Wright, defensive back from Bridgeport, Connecticut, working on his left ankle. Tigers needed that one, Gordy.
Ooh. Big plays. As a former defensive coordinator, that's the one thing you would stress all the time is you don't want a team to have big plays, whether it's run or pass, over 20, 25 yards plus.
44-yard catch by Londano as the Tigers trailing 21-10. And again, let's take a look at the scores from the CAA today. Thursday night, we had Rhode Island crushing Stony Brook. So Rhode Island goes to 1-0 in the conference. And Stony Brook falls to 0-2. Gardner Webb is leading Elon 20-13 with 9:47 remaining in that game. Villanova had a weather delay. They lead Colgate 14-3 at the end of the first. In Williamsburg, William and Mary leads Wofford 20-6 with 12 minutes left in the game. Penn State beat Delaware today 63-7. Central Michigan in a wild one beats New Hampshire 45-42. Michigan State over Richmond 45-14. Richmond now 0-2. They lost to Morgan last week, who the Tigers play next week at Morgan. And North Dakota State beat Maine 44-7. First and goal, Tigers at the 5 of Monmouth. Kent gives to Devin Matthews. Stutter steps his way down inside the 3 near the 2-yard line. And he went from the left hash mark into the middle of the field. So second and goal from the 2 for Towson. Matthews gets it again up the middle, dives, and he is just shy of the goal line. It'll be third and goal from inside the 1.
And we're going hurry, hurry, and they're trying to make a substitution, and we don't have to let them because we didn't substitute. And we go quarterback sneak.
And now whistles. Monmouth may have called a timeout.
Oh, they're reviewing the previous play if it was a touchdown.
Okay. So we're going to have a review to see whether Devin Matthews got in or not. 8:40 left here in the third quarter with Towson trailing by a score of 21-10. As Monmouth had just scored a touchdown as we look at the replay. And Matthews, yeah, he's not in. He's
2-inch line.
He's short. This shouldn't take long at all.
Man, it's close.
Well, it wasn't close. He didn't get in. I mean, he's close to the goal line, but he didn't get into the goal line.
All you have to have is a tip of the ball on the white goal line strip.
Tigers next week at Morgan, 6 o'clock. Gordy and I will have it for you on TowsonTigers.com. Starting at 5:45. And then 2 weeks from today, the Tigers are back home as they will take on Norfolk State. 4 p.m. game. Have we played Norfolk State since that Division II playoff win back in 83?
I don't think so.
Or 84? 84.
We won that game.
And then lost to Troy.
That's when we saw speed for the very first time.
And a no-huddle offense from the opening snap.
From a wishbone.
From
the wishbone no-huddle.
Chan Gailey, wasn't it?
Yep. And then he was in the pros. He was the head coach.
Cowboys for a long time.
He didn't run the wishbone when he was in the pros.
All right, I formation behind the quarterback, Nate Kent. Third and goal from inside the 1. Give to Matthews, and he's
Touchdown.
into the end zone. Touchdown, Towson University Tigers. So Devin Matthews gets his first touchdown of the year, and the Tigers cut it to 21-16. Keegan Vaughn will come on for the extra point. Not a big crowd tonight, but they're lively. And Keegan Vaughn will try the extra point out of the hold of the punter, Justin Ritter. Vaughn lining it up, and now whistles. Delay a game on the Tigers. And Towson did not have 11 men on the field.
These are all game management things that you should be getting out of your system well over halfway in your second game.
So it turns into a 25-yard extra point attempt. Vaughn again out of the hold of Ritter. Snap is high, but it's down. Kick is up, and it is good. Timeout on the field. 8:31 remaining in the third quarter. Our score is now Monmouth 21, Towson 17. We'll come back to Johnny Unitas Stadium.
At MedStar Health, we believe that your day doesn't stop at 5, so care shouldn't either. That's why we have more urgent care locations than anyone in the region, all with extended hours. MedStar Health. It's how we treat people.
You can celebrate your lottery win lots and lots of ways. But the very best way to play is responsibly. See how to play within your limits at mdlottery.com/playresponsibly.
Cap off the season with the 4 best days of fall at Sunfest. Experience the ultimate celebration of food, drinks, arts, crafts, and entertainment along the boards from October 19th to the 22nd. Embrace fall with a variety of fun activities, including beach bonfires, corn maze, tractor rides, and pet and bicycle events. Shop around over 200 arts and crafts vendors. Immerse yourself in music with an incredible lineup of free musical performances. Enjoy free family fun all day. Visit oceocean.com/sunfest for more.
At MedStar Health, we believe that sometimes getting care shouldn't require getting up. That's why we offer multiple ways to get care from wherever you are, 24 hours a day. MedStar Health. It's how we treat people. At MedStar Health, we believe that your day doesn't stop at 5, so care shouldn't either. That's why we have more urgent care locations than anyone in the region, all with extended hours. MedStar Health. It's how we treat people.
Tigers getting set to kick off. Caden Williams, after that touchdown run from Devin Matthews, cut the 11-point deficit to 4 with 8:31 remaining here in the third quarter. Eddie Morales back deep for the Hawks, standing at his 3-yard line on the near side. Williams hits a short one, a fair catch called for and made by Eddie Morales at the 14, so they'll start 1st and 10 at their own 25.
That was a really good decision for Morales to fair catch that ball. I mean, it could have gone out of bounds, but also could have just died right there inside the 15-yard line.
So Monmouth out. McCray having a good night. 16 of 23 for 182 yards and a touchdown. Last week he threw for 249 yards against Florida Atlantic. Sheridan stands to his right. High snap. They pitch to Sheridan over the right side, up over the 30, and carrying players on his back over the 35 to the 37. That's a 12-yard run and a first down. So he's got 22 carries for 98 yards and a touchdown tonight. 1st and 10, Monmouth at their own 38. Give to Sheridan again up the middle, crosses the 40. Breaks to his left, gets to the 42. Gain of 4 will bring up 2nd down and 6. And he's over 100 yards for the night. Had 211 last year against Towson. So 2nd down and 6 at their own 42. Sheridan again standing to the right of the quarterback. One receiver left, one to the right. Give to Sheridan. Bumps into his own man, then gets plowed under. No gain on the play, maybe a half yard. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 5.
Good job by the middle of the Towson defense.
So the Tigers with a big play here. Monmouth has been good on 3rd downs tonight. 4 of 9. And here they've got 3rd and 5 at their own 43-yard line. McCray, long count, Gets a snap, drops back, blitz comes, under pressure, running, and he's going to get hit and dropped at the 44. That's 4 yards short of the first down.
Should be a punt.
And they are going to punt for just the second time tonight. So the Tiger defense holds there.
Twin safeties for Towson. This is good.
Diego Hunter back at his 13, able to punt. And the
Low kick.
Australian style punter lets
Get away.
it go, and it goes
No,
into
no.
the end zone for a touchback. So it'll be 1st and 10 Tigers at their own 20 with 6:05 to go here in the third, and a chance to take the lead again. Nathan Kemp with his best drive of the season last time the Tigers had the ball. He's now 6 of 12 for 116 yards and a touchdown. Devin Matthews, the Tigers' leading rusher, 8 carries for 41 yards and a touchdown. And DeKendall James, 4 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown. 1st and 10 Tigers at their own 20. Kent gives up the middle to Matthews, and he fights to get a yard. Will bring up 2nd down and 9. Tigers have rushed the ball effectively, averaging 4 yards a carry. But that includes the sack yardage of Nathan Kent. Back to
Blitz.
throw on 2nd and 9. Across the middle, pass is caught by Londano, and Londano
Great
fights to
effort.
the 30 and gets the first down. Looked like he was going to be stopped at the 28. He was able to spin and get to the 30-yard line, and an injured Monmouth player, could be a cramp. I'm surprised we haven't had more guys cramping up tonight because it is muggy out. So the Tigers will have first down
Lucas
at their own
Lodano
30.
is from New Jersey, but it's more of a North Jersey,
You're
Fairview,
from
Cliffside
Jersey,
Park.
too.
I'm a transplanted.
Yeah, but you're from Jersey.
Yeah.
When you go home tonight, you're not going to be in Maryland. Injured player is Davis Smith, a 5th-year senior out of Haddonfield, New Jersey. Where's that?
That's South Jersey, near Cherry Hill, right outside Philadelphia.
Okay. Now explain to me, what part of Jersey are you in?
I'm the South Jersey Shore.
You're South Jersey Shore.
Yes.
As opposed to just South Jersey.
Correct.
So you got the South Jersey Shore, the North Jersey Shore. Is that such a thing?
Yeah, I would say. I
like
think
Asbury Park, is that North Jersey Shore?
No, that's Central.
That's Central.
That's Central Jersey Shore.
Then you got North Jersey, which goes way up there. A lot of people don't realize how far up New Jersey goes.
It's a long state. Not as long as Florida, though.
Up there where Ramapo is.
Yep.
All right, 1st and 10 for the Tigers at their own 30. Back to throw is Kent. Pressure comes. He gets hit, stays on his feet, and now just throws it away. Diego Hunter was in the area, though, so it's not going to be intentional grounding. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
He
Kent's
would have
been
needed
sacked
stilts. Diego would have needed stilts to catch that ball. Or a trampoline.
Will Chamberlain would have needed stilts to catch that ball. 2nd and 10 for the Tigers at their own 30. Back to throw. Kent
nice.
fires across the middle. Caught. First down, Londano at the 41-yard line.
Boy, he's becoming the man here in the second half.
Lucas Londano with his 3rd catch of the game, and the Tigers 1st and 10 at their own 41. Quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Kent dropping back, looking, firing deep on the
Come
near
inside.
sideline. Incompleted pass intended for Zayd Perkins. So that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Tigers at their own 41, trailing 21-17 with 4:50 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Diego Hunter lines up to the left of the quarterback, Kent. 1 receiver left, 2 to the right. Nate gives to Diego up the middle, gets to the 45 and falls forward to the 46, near the 47. So that's almost a 6-yard gain on the play. Bring up 3rd down and 4. So again, Gordy, another effective run.
Yep.
3rd down and 5. At their own 46. 1 man left, 2 to the right. Kent out of the shotgun. Fakes the handoff. Dropping back. Looking. Firing to the far side.
Oh.
He's got his man Londano down to the 37-yard line, out of bounds. So Lucas Londano, who last week caught 2 passes for 22 yards, as you said, becoming the man here tonight in the 2nd half. He's got 5 catches. There's a give to Diego Hunter. Gets inside the 35. Gain of 3 on the play. Makes it 2nd down and 7. Down to 3:40 to go here in the 3rd quarter. A game which saw a 45-minute weather delay. Kent now 9 of 17 for 152 yards and a touchdown. Tyrell Green is the running back on 2nd and 7. Kent throws it in the flat, caught by Green. Green trying to avoid a man he can't. Good open field tackle there by Remy Johnson. And that's a loss on the play back to the 36. Will bring up 3rd down and 7.
I want Diego Hunter to get that pass. He's so tough in the open field.
So 3rd and 7 for the Tigers at the 36. Kent looks to the sideline to get the play. Green stands to his right. They give the Green up the middle, bounces off a man, gets down to the 30, and just inside the 30 will bring up 4th down and 2. And
you're going for it.
This is a go-for-it situation. Down to 2:18 to go in the 3rd quarter. Towson trailing by 4. Right on the border of Keegan Vaughn's range. So 4th down and 2 for Towson at the 30 of Monmouth.
It would be a
47-yarder.
Yeah.
Green to the right of the quarterback, Kent. 1 man left, 3 to the right.
It's a long 2.
Gets a snap, looks, throws, pass, caught. James, 1st down, 25, down to the 21-yard line. That's a pickup of 9. So a very quick pass there.
Kendall James has that ability to make you miss.
That's his 5th catch of the night. So 1st and 10 Tigers at the 21. Green stands to the left of the quarterback. Now moves into the slot on the far side. 4 receivers over there. They throw it to Londano.
He's
who's going to throw a pass downfield. Intercepted at the 1, but there's a flag on the play.
Where's the flag?
On the far side of the field.
Well,
and it's going to be against Towson. Could have been an illegal formation.
Is it
intercepted at the 1-yard line. Oh, sideline warning. So an interception by Monmouth at the 1-yard line.
Underthrown ball.
Tyrese Wright picking it off. That's the second interception this year by Monmouth. That's the first interception thrown by Nathan Kent. And the Tigers' first turnover of the season. 1:05 to go in the third. And Monmouth leading 21-17. And they've got it 1st and 10 at their own 1. Now if you're the Tiger defense, you got to stop them from picking up a couple of first downs here.
And you know number 20 is going to get the ball.
And there it is. He's got it. He crosses the 5, carrying the pile all the way out to the 10, near the 11. That's going to be close to a first down. And it is. So Sheridan picks up 10. Out to the 11. So Wright did a great job because the receiver looked like he was wide open on that play. He was able to close in and pick it off at the 1. 1st and 10, Monmouth at their 11. Give to Sheridan again up the middle. This time nothing there. Gains maybe 2 to the 13.
That'll be the last play of the quarter.
So through 3 quarters of play, Jaden Sheridan now has 26 carries for 118 yards. That's it. The third quarter has come to an end. Our score, Monmouth 21, Towson 17. Back to Johnny Unitas Stadium. On 2nd down and 8, Sheridan just took it up the middle and gained 2 to the 15. That'll bring up 3rd down and 6 for Monmouth at their own 15-yard line. Through 3 quarters, the Tigers being outgained 351 to 243. They did run 3 more plays than Monmouth in the 3rd quarter. And now the Tigers jump. Looked like Tylen Wallace came over the line. The official's going to talk about it. Through 3 quarters, Marquez McCray is 16 of 23 for 182 yards and a touchdown. His leading receiver is Miller. He's got 5 for 61 yards. And now let's see what the penalty is. Yep, offsides on the Tigers. So instead of 3rd and 6, 3rd and 1. 6th penalty against Towson tonight.
And a bunch of them have been, we've shortened the distance to them to get a first down.
So Sheridan, 26 carries for 118 yards. You got to assume he's going to get the ball here. 3rd down and 1 from their own 20. This drive started back at their 1. Just underway, not quite a minute into the 4th quarter with Monmouth on top by 4, 21-17. They give to Sheridan. He gets hit in the backfield and dropped for a loss.
16.
Samuel Obion makes the tackle.
Texas State University transfer.
So they force the punt. Diego Hunter drops back to his 40-yard line. Winning the punt of Schable. And he almost has it blocked. It's tipped. And Londano calls for a fair catch and makes it at his own 38. 13-17 remaining in this ball game. Our score, Monmouth 21, Towson 17. Back to Johnny Unitas Stadium. First and 10, Towson at their own 38-yard line, trailing Monmouth 21-17 with 13-17 remaining in the game. Kent out of the shotgun, fakes a handoff, wants to throw on the near side for DeKendall James. Incompleted pass down around the 35-yard line. Great coverage there by Mike Reed.
And
went to Owings Mills High School.
DeKendall became a defensive back because he's the one that knocked the ball out of the DB's hands.
Green is the running back. He stands to the left of the quarterback, Kent. 2nd and 10 at their own 38. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Back to throw is Kent. Nathan fires across the middle, caught by Londano over the 40 to the 42. That's a pickup of 4. Will bring up 3rd down and 6. So Lucas Londano has become the Tigers' leading receiver here tonight. And we've got an injured player for Monmouth down here on the near side. Can't quite see who it is.
Anytime they grab that face mask, you know it's a tough injury.
Londano has 5 catches for 84 yards tonight. DeKendall James has 5 for 79. Nate Kent, 12 of 21 for 164 yards and a touchdown. Tigers have thrown it 22 times, rushed it 21 times, so balance there. As they continue to work on the injured Monmouth Hawk. Again, the Tigers next week at Morgan. Game time 6 o'clock. Then back here 2 weeks from today, 4 o'clock start against Norfolk State. And that is the Owings Mills grad, Mike Reed, who just broke up the last play to Kendall James, walking off under his own power.
Well, you know, it was awfully hot for practice this week, you know, whether you practice Monday through Thursday or Tuesday through Friday. So, you know, you have to hydrate. Players got to hydrate, and they just can't do it the day before the game.
3rd down and 6. Tigers have it at their own 42. They're 2 of 8 on 3rd down conversions tonight. They give up the middle to Green, and Green gains a yard to the 43, and that'll bring up 4th down, and the Tigers will punt it away. Interesting call there. Tried to catch Monmouth off guard, I guess. So Ritter to punt. He stands at his 28. Morales back at his 14 to receive the punt. Now drops all the way back to the 10. Ritter hits a wobbler. And Morales runs all the way up to the 25-yard line to make the catch. So just a 32-yard punt. No return. And we've got a timeout. 12:02 remaining in this football game. It's Monmouth 21, Towson 17. We'll come back to Johnny Unitas Stadium.
Jack's playing baseball now, and Sam inherited her dad's love of chemistry and his teeth. And I'm learning that having a family is expensive.
Well, at Wise, you can find plenty of ways to save on things your family loves. And less money on groceries means more money for everything else.
That's awesome.
That's Wise.
Eat better, spend less. That's wise.
At MedStar Health, we believe that sometimes getting care shouldn't require getting up. That's why we offer multiple ways to get care from wherever you are, 24 hours a day. MedStar Health, it's how we treat people.
You can celebrate your lottery win lots and lots of ways. But the very best way to play is responsibly. See how to play within your limits at mdlottery.com/playresponsibly.
Cap off the season with the 4 best days of fall at Sunfest. Experience the ultimate celebration of food, drinks, arts, crafts, and entertainment along the boards from October 19th to the 22nd. Embrace fall with a variety of fun activities, including beach bonfires, corn maze, tractor rides, and pet and bicycle events. Shop around over 200 arts and crafts vendors. Immerse yourself in music with an incredible lineup of free musical performances. Enjoy free family fun all day. Visit oceocean.com/sunfest for more.
Monmouth with the ball, 1st and 10. At their own 25-yard line, they lead 21-17, 12:02 to go in this football game. There's the end around to Spite. Spite gets hit and brought down at the 29-yard line, gain of 4. We mentioned the Tigers next week taking on Morgan. Morgan is beating Akron 21-17 with 7 minutes left in that ball game. The Bears hang on. They'll have 2 big wins against Richmond and against an FBS in Akron.
And you know, Richmond was ranked in the top 20, right?
2nd down and 6 for Monmouth. They're going to be taking their time here. As we move inside, 11.5 minutes to go. Swing pass to Surden on the far side, and he gets run down and out of bounds at the 31-yard line. C.J. McClendon, transfer from Oklahoma A&M College, makes the stop. And that will bring up 3rd down and 4 for Monmouth. As Sheridan, with that catch, he'll line up to the right of the quarterback, McCray.
We substituted 4 for 4, so he must put the pass rushers in the game.
3rd down and 4. Big play for the Tiger defense. 10:50 to go in the game. McCray with a long count. Drops back to throw. Pressure comes. Fires downfield over the head of his receiver Kearney at the 40-yard line of Towson. And 4th and 4, and Monmouth going to punt it away. So the Tiger defense gives Monmouth about 30 yards on that drive. They started back at their 1 after the interception. And I had said earlier that Nathan Kent threw his first interception. He didn't throw the interception. Londano threw it. High snap and a line wobbly kick.
Oh,
and it's dropped at the 40-yard line. Flag on the play. I believe Monmouth has recovered this football. They're all jumping out saying, yes, we did. Again, there is a flag on the play, so we'll see what that is. It was a terrible punt, a low line drive, and it just hit Londano in the chest, and he couldn't hang on. All the officials out there, 5 of them standing around talking. 10:31 to go in the game. This is a crucial call. So 1st down Monmouth at the 40 of Towson is the holding call against Towson. So that's the 2nd Tiger turnover in the last 4 minutes. They threw the interception, actually in about 5 minutes, right before the end of the 3rd quarter. So the Hawks will have it 1st and 10 at the Towson 40.
And that's, you know, both turnovers by Towson tonight have been then. We hadn't had a turnover up to that point, right?
And unfortunately, both of them by Londano. He threw the interception, and now on the punt return.
Are they reviewing something here?
No, I think there's a timeout. No, they're reviewing. They're down on looking at a review. I'm not sure what they're reviewing. But
do you review every turnover? Or did that come from up top?
So if this holds the way it is, it's going to be Monmouth ball at the 40 of Towson.
And Tony Marcello's taking the headset off and is going to let us know what's going on right now.
Well, he's taking his time getting out there.
Let's make it.
So it is a turnover by the Tigers. And Monmouth will have it at the Towson 40. So now if you're the defense, maybe you can return the favor and come up with a turnover. McCray, 18 of 26, 188 yards and a touchdown. 1st and 10 at the 40 of Towson. Out of the pistol with Sheridan behind. Long count, give to Sheridan, tries to break it outside, gets away 35 and out of bounds near the 30-yard line. That's going to be just shy of the 1st down at the 31, a gain of 9.
2 missed tackles, very poor angle for the receiver. I mean, the ball carrier.
28 carries, 126 yards for Jaden Sheridan tonight. He's on the Walter Payton watch list. And he has a rushing touchdown. 2nd and 1 from the Tiger 31. Long count by McCray. Looking to throw, looking deep for Kearney on the near side. Flag goes down. That's going to be a hold on Mike Swain. I don't think they'll call it pass interference. He was grabbing him.
Face mask.
So that'll be a 15-yard penalty. And now if you're the Tiger defense, you got to try to hold Monmouth to a field goal attempt. 9:47 to go here in the football game. Yep, face mask.
Yeah, what happens sometimes you get your hands up if you're in any type of coverage into the guy because you're trying to chuck him a little bit. And that's what happened there. 15-yard penalty.
Down to the 16-yard line of Towson. Monmouth led 14-10 at halftime, so each team with a touchdown here in the second half. They split one receiver left, two to the right. Sheridan stands to the right of the quarterback, McCray. Again, a long count, drops back to throw, looking to the near side, pass caught, touchdown Kearney.
See, that should have been a penalty because...
Yeah, he got right up into the face of the
number
Tigers, Mackay Smith.
Yeah, he walked all the way over.
So now the extra point attempt by Carlton. This will make it an 11-point game. Snap is down, kick is up, and it's good. So the Tigers down 11 again, 28-17 with 9:41 remaining here in the football game. Take a peek to see what's going on in Akron, Ohio, where next week's opponent, Morgan, was winning. Well, they're still winning, 21-17. 2:38 to go. Akron has it 1st and 10 at the Morgan 37. Diego Hunter and Lucas Lindano dropping back deep. Could use a little excitement from Diego here, huh?
Yep, we sure could. Just to, it'd be nice to have a return for a touchdown, but let's get the ball close to midfield.
Diego standing 1 yard deep in the end zone. Now he comes running up, takes the kick at the 5 on the far side, heads towards the middle of the field to the 20, bounces it outside, 25, cuts back inside 30, 35, 40, 45, midfield, and down to the 46-yard line. There you go. Every time he touches the ball, you never know what's going to happen.
Why do you kick it to him?
That's a 55-yard return by Diego Hunter to the 46-yard line of Monmouth. And he looked like he was going to be stopped a couple of times.
He's hard to find.
So 1st and 10 Tigers at the 46 of Monmouth. Green will be the running back. Tigers split 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Kent out of the shotgun, sends Lindano in motion, gives to Green up the middle. Green inside the 45. Fights to the 43, a gain of 3 on the play will make it 2nd down and 7.
Now, if we can get the ball even if we get it into field goal position and still make it a one-score game.
Kent out of the shotgun, back to throw, fires across the middle, caught, first down Tigers to the 35-yard line. Lucas Lindano with the catch. So that's a gain of 8.
Somebody's hurt for the Monmouth Hawks.
Lucas Lindano, I'm not sure. Did he have any catches in the first half?
Number 14, I don't think so.
He had no catches in the first half. He's now got 7 here in the second half. We'll make it 6 in the second half for 92 yards. Injured player is Tyrese Wright. And same thing they were looking at Mike Reed earlier, left ankle. So this is the second defensive back to have the same left ankle injury. And Nathan Kent, 13 of 22 for 172 yards and a touchdown tonight.
He's had a real good second half throwing the ball.
Yeah, at halftime, he was 3 of 8. So he's 10 of 14 here in the second half for 117 yards. Wright started to get up and now sat back down. So Towson trailing 28-17 with 8:51 to go. And Morgan has just gotten the ball back with 1:15 remaining. They've got it 1st and 10 at their own 20. Intercepted a pass as Akron was down to the 11-yard line of the Bears.
Turnovers. And it's still 21-17, the Bears.
Still 21-17. 1:08 remaining.
I forget the coach's name, but he was the head coach at Bowie. And 2 years ago, this is his second year as the Morgan State coach.
And former Tiger assistant is the tight ends coach at Akron. Dino, I can't remember Dino's last name, was on the original staff of Rob Ambrose.
Yeah. Then he went to Syracuse.
Correct. He left Syracuse and went to Akron. He can't be happy. So the Tigers just got word that the Orioles won today, 13-12, even though Boston had 23 hits.
Oh, my gosh. And you know who pitched and gave up some runs in the bottom of the ninth? Cano.
Tyrese Wright is finally up and walking under his own power. Tigers will have 1st and 10 at the 35. Trailing 28-17 with 8:51 to go. So 1st and 10. And now a whistle and a timeout by Monmouth. Now, explain that to me, Coach. You just had a 5-minute timeout because of an injury, and you come back to play and you call a timeout. Can you explain that?
They weren't focused. It's like when a team change a possession, they get out there and delay a game. That happened to us last week. You know, that was, I think, one of our first penalties last week down at Maryland. No, there's no reason for that whatsoever. And then you don't know if you're going to need that timeout.
All right, so 1st and 10, Diego Hunter in at running back. He stands to the right of the quarterback, Kent. 2 men left, 2 men right. Kent drops back to throw. Looking, pressure comes, dumps it. Pass is incomplete. No, caught by Diego Hunter. An acrobatic diving catch at the 26-yard line, gain of 9. What a great catch by Diego there.
I always forbid our coordinators to call a timeout because you never know when you need them, like we did in the Richmond game when we used them when we called 3 in a row on defense and got the ball back and scored in the last play of the game.
Hunter up the middle, has the first down inside the 25, and a late flag comes in. Diego had the first down at the 23. Let's see what this is.
I think that might, again, that's
face mask on Monmouth. So that'll move it inside the 15-yard line.
You know, sometimes on TV, when you watch a game, you don't see the official that makes the call. And when I'm up here, I always look for the official that throws the flag because he's going to signal what the penalty is.
So 1st and 10 Tigers at the 12 of Monmouth. Just about midway through the 4th, they trail by 11. Kent dropping back, looking to his right, fires, right corner of the end zone, touchdown Tigers! Not Lucas Lindano, but Daniel Thompson. His first catch of the night. And his first catch of the year. 28-23.
He was banged up for a lot of last year, wasn't he?
Seems like most of his career he's been banged up.
Yeah.
Grad student from Ashburn, Virginia. And now the Tigers going to go for 2 with 7:37 remaining in the game, down by 5. Ball will be on the far hash mark. Devin Matthews, the running back. Kent sends a man in motion to the near side, rolling to his right. Looking, pressure comes. Fires it, just throws it away, incomplete. So the Tigers are down 5 with 7:37 to go, trailing 28-23. But the Tigers able to take advantage of the great kickoff return by Diego Hunter, which set them up in Monmouth territory.
You know, that's just being an inexperienced quarterback right there in that play. You know, you just got to try to fit it in. So what? If you throw an interception, you probably tackle the guy, and it's no good. But he threw that ball at least 12, 14 yards out of bounds.
So 7:37 to go in the game. Towson trailing 28-23. And Akron has just taken the lead on Morgan.
Oh, heartbreaking for the Morgan Bears.
Morgan had 3rd and 9 with less than a minute to go. And they fumbled, and Akron picked it up and returned it for a touchdown. Caden Williams to kick off. Morales back deep. Very short, high end-over-end kick. Morales calls for a fair catch, so Monmouth will start 1st and 10 at their own 25. They have 2 timeouts remaining. The Tigers have 3.
We need one of those old-fashioned 3-and-outs, which I always thought was just like a turnover if you get them 3 and out. Now, you can't really sit on the ball with 7:37 to go, but, you know, they've been able to run the ball effectively.
Yeah, Sheridan tonight, 28 carries, 126 yards. 1st and 10, Monmouth at their own 25. Out of the pistol, Sheridan behind the quarterback. He gets the handoff, and he's going to get brought down at the 28-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play will bring up 2nd down and 7. And now we've got an injured Tiger on the field. been a long night with the weather delay.
And the injuries, and stoppage in play. And also we've had some turnovers here in the last half. And then we've had more scoring here in the second
We also
half.
wonder if all this, it's
Time.
been almost 4 hours. And again, it's very muggy out.
And like I said before, it was a very hot week to practice.
Cannot see the number of the injured Tiger.
But he's up.
Now he gets up. That's Tylen Wallace, the defensive lineman.
He's walking off pretty good.
So 2nd and 7 coming up for the Hawks at their own 28-yard line. McCray out of the shotgun. Sheridan standing to his right. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Clock running with 7:10 to go. Now Sheridan runs out into the flat. McCray going to run. Gets hit. Gets dropped. A loss. Back at the 26. Looked like a quarterback draw there.
No
The
doubt.
Tigers smelled it out.
Good call.
And making the hit, Ernie Smith. He's got a sack, and now that'll be, I
Big
guess
play.
they'll consider that a sack. So 3rd down and 8
Yes, they will.
for Monmouth at their own 27. Big play for the Tiger defense, trailing by 5.
Trying to pull us off sides. We're
McCray
showing blitz.
dropping back, pressure comes, looking, throws, incompleted pass, and the Tigers do 3 downs and out.
Just like a turnover.
And Gordy, here's one change from the past administration. The Tigers are blitzing a lot more than they have over the last decade.
Yep.
No question about it. And another injured Monmouth player on the far side of the field. So Coach Darian Doolin, the defensive coordinator for the Tigers, dialed up the blitz. McCray was under pressure and just heaved it downfield. So the Tigers going to get the opportunity with 6:20 to go in the game to try to come back and win this one. They were down 14-10 at halftime, down 21-17 after 3. And then Monmouth took a 28-17 lead. The Tigers came back, scored a touchdown, did not get the 2-point conversion. So that's where we stand with Monmouth trailing or leading by 5 with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. Tigers and Monmouth both came into this game having lost to FBF's opponents last week. Monmouth losing to Florida Atlantic 42-20. Tigers losing to Maryland 38-6. The Terps right now are losing to Charlotte 14-9 early in the 3rd quarter.
And
Biff Poggi making his return to the state of Maryland.
Yep, the old Gilman coach, and also started the St. Francis Academy football program. I think their quarterback is from St. Francis at Charlotte.
All right, Shable, the punt, stands at his 13. His last punt was an ugly one, but turned into a turnover. This one, end over end, Diego Hunter calls for and makes a fair catch at the 33-yard line of Towson. So that's where they'll start, 1st and 10. trailing by 5. Nate Kent tonight is 15 of 24, 193 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tigers' leading rusher is Devin Matthews, 10 carries for 43 yards and a touchdown. He is the running back. They'll split one receiver to the far side. That's Perkins. 1st and 10 from their own 33. Here's a give to Matthews up the middle, and Devin gets over the 35 to the 36. Gain of 3 will make it 2nd down and 7. Back to the line of scrimmage. Matthews to the left of the quarterback. 1 man left, 3 to the right. Ball at the Tiger 36. Kent back to throw. Looking to the far side. He gets hit as he throws the football. And they're going to call this a live ball. And Monmouth has it, but it's got to be an incomplete pass.
Yeah, I was watching the referee see if he was going incomplete. Come on, Mr. Referee Marcella. That's your call.
And it's under review. As we watch the replay, Kent goes back. He threw it forward. What do you think?
I'm glad I don't have to make this decision. I'd have to look at it again.
So the Tigers,
I
this
thought
is a
in
huge
real
call.
I thought in real time that the pass went forward.
As we watch it again.
From ground level, watch, right? Yeah, it's a pass. No doubt.
Now we just need the referee that you know to make the same call.
But the replay guy, doesn't he help make that call? The replay official?
Who knows what these guys are doing?
I'm pretty sure the guy. In real time, that was a lot easier call than I've seen some other ones. You know, with the arm going forward, the ball going forward also, in the direction that he was throwing to a receiver.
Tigers have 2 turnovers tonight. This one would be the costliest.
Yep, it was on the pass, halfback pass or wide receiver pass, whatever, and then it was on the fumbled punt return.
Morgan has lost to Akron 24-21, so they'll be 1-1 coming into next week's game against the Tigers.
And I don't know if they bust to Akron or if they flew, but either way, it's a long way back.
Is that farther than Dayton? I remember when we busted Dayton.
Yeah, because
lost a heartbreaker.
Yeah, they kicked that field goal that it was the longest in that young man's career.
And I remember halfway back on that trip, bus driver had to take a rest stop. And you and I went out, and I looked at you and said, "You okay?" You said, "Hey, game's over. What can I do now?"
That was after 4 hours thinking about the game. I had to move on.
Well, they're taking an awful long time looking at this one. 5:36 left in the game. If the turnover stands, Morgan's going to have, or Monmouth's going to have it at the Tiger 29. And now let's see what the official has to say.
Oh my gosh.
So that will be turnover number 3 on the Tigers. And Monmouth with a chance if they If Monmouth scores a touchdown here, that could be enough to carry them home to victory. So the Tiger defense going to have to come up big. 28-23 with 5:36 to go.
Well, if we hold them to a field goal, it's still an 8-point game.
Correct. Got to contain Sheridan. 29 carries, 129 yards. McCray tonight's having a good ball game. 19 of 28 for 204 yards and 2 touchdowns for the Sacred Heart transfer. So 1st and 10 Monmouth from the Tiger 29. Sheridan will go and line up on the left side as a wide receiver. Nobody back with the quarterback, McCray. He's back to throw, fires across the middle, caught by the tight end down to the 4-yard line. First catch of the night for Jack Neary. And they've got 1st and goal at the 4.
We got a fan below us that's very, very vocal. Maybe if I didn't have my headset on, I could hear exactly what he said.
1st and goal for the Hawks at the 4. Up the middle, into the end zone, touchdown Monmouth. That's Sune Entau. With his 3rd touchdown of the year on just 4 carries.
You know, our other loss to Monmouth was here. The first loss.
Tigers were 8-1 lifetime against the Hawks.
It's always amazing how I remember the losses.
Extra point attempt is up and it's good. So 4:42 remaining in the game. And the Tigers now down 2 scores again. 35-23. They're down 2 touchdowns now.
Turnovers.
3 of them all in the second half.
Yeah.
You know, the one turnover they didn't turn into points, but the Tigers had it down inside the 30-yard line. They were driving to score when they turned it over, so you take points off the board for Towson.
And, you know, the fumble punt gave them the short field.
Correct. Well, Diego, you went 55 last time. How about 95 this time?
I'd fire the special teams coach if he kicks it for Monmouth.
Vincenzo Ray to kick off. Diego stands at his goal line. And they pooch it. And a fair catch made at the 25-yard line. So that's where the Tigers will take over 1st and 10. 4:42 to go. They have all 3 timeouts, but they're down 2 touchdowns.
Hampton was beating Norfolk State. I didn't know. I was watching it on the scoreboard. So 2 weeks, that's we'll play Norfolk, the Spartans.
Kent out of the shotgun. 2 men left, 2 men right. Nate throws over the middle, pass caught by Thompson up to the 32, gain of 7. Monmouth will take those plays all night long.
Yeah, we're going with 4 receiver personnel.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage, 2nd and 3. Kent again back to throw. Pressure comes, down he goes. Back at the 23-yard line. Well, they'll say his forward progress was stopped at the 25. So 3rd and 10 for the Tigers.
Oh, that was
Clock
a gift.
rolling to 4:08. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Kent out of the shotgun. Back to throw. Steps up, gets hit, and dropped at the 22. And now a flag. And I think one of the coaches ran on the field before the play was over. This could be an unsportsmanlike because they already got a warning.
Correct. And you know what? That guy just threw his hat down, who's wearing the red hat, who is wearing a white Under Armour type of shirt under his coaching blue shirt. So that's a dead ball. That is an automatic first down, too.
3:45 to go in the game.
They're not calling it.
It's a 5-yard penalty. So now it's 4th down. And
when I was on the field, I got a
Tigers.
15-yarder, my only penalty that I had personally. Not as a player, but as a coach.
4th down and 8 for the Tigers at their own 27. Kent out of the shotgun.
They're showing blitz, but they might back out. No, they backed out.
Throwing it downfield, incompleted pass. Intended for Londano up around the 38 in front of the Monmouth bench, and the Tigers go 3 downs and out with 3:41 remaining in the ball game.
So now you're going to get a lot of run right now.
And the Tigers are going to have to use all their timeouts.
Correct.
They have all 3.
That's what you got to do. You got to make Monmouth has to make Towson use their timeouts.
Well, they're up by 2 scores with 3:41 to go, so unless they do something stupid.
Well, and the other thing is
very good shape.
Yeah. The other thing is if you're Monmouth, you got the ball. That's the big thing.
And now whistles and a timeout by Monmouth.
There you go again. Change of possession, and you
They
don't
huddled
have,
up and
you
then
don't
came
have the
out
right
on the
personnel.
field and
They probably didn't have the right people on the field. Game management. I always took a lot of great pride in having good game management and being a good game coach.
the Tigers' opponent in 2 weeks, Norfolk State, did defeat Hampton today, 31-23.
Plus, next week we got the crosstown rival, which is always a big game. How far are we from Morgan? 8-10 miles, if that?
If that.
As the crow flies.
So 1st and 10 Monmouth at the Tiger 27. Give the Sheridan up the middle.
Use it.
And he'll get down to the 23, and the Tigers call their first timeout.
Clock's still ticking.
Did not call a timeout. So 2nd down and 6 at the 23-yard line. As Monmouth going to use as much of this clock as they can. Play clock's at 18. And they finally break the huddle. McCrae trying to take this down to 1 or 2 seconds. Play clock to 5. And they give the Sheridan. Sheridan gets hit and dropped. And now timeout by Pete Shinnick with 2:53 to go. And they've got 3rd down and 6 coming up.
You got to get the ball back and score before you even think of an onside kick. My first year as the helm, we used 3 against IUP.
Came back and won.
Yep.
That was a cold day, too. I remember that. It was raw out up there in Indiana, Pennsylvania.
1992.
And then, was it the week before or the week after you played Northeastern?
Week after.
The week after, and had the untimed play to win the game when Mark Orlando committed offensive pass interference that they didn't
Shoved
call.
the guy. Yep, I always remember Marcellus Campbell, who was our corner from Petersburg, Virginia. He was pointing at the flag when all their coaches and players were on the field, almost to the hash mark. When right here the clock went off in the stadium, and Julian Blair was running the ball after the third lateral.
All right, 3rd down and 7. There's a give up the middle to Sheridan. Sheridan fighting, gets to the 21, and that'll bring up 4th down. And Pete Shinnick calls his second timeout with 2:44 to go. So now if you're Monmouth, you've got 4th down and 3. You're up by 12. You kick a field goal, and you're up by 15.
See, and if you go for it, if you go for it, you can either throw the football or you could run the football. Because if you would throw an incomplete pass, the clock's going to stop on 4th down anyway, or change of possession.
So 4th down and 4 at the 21-yard line.
See, and this is just me. I would be worried about and get the field goal blocked, and I would just rather run. And then they're 80 yards away, and they only have 2:44.
You're right. This is the right call.
Left. Yeah,
definitely the right call. Sheridan has 32 carries and might be getting his 33rd. Nope. The sweep, despite around the right side, he's got the 1st down inside the 15, and that just about does it.
The kid
roll
from
the clock
Meade
at the 13-yard line.
The young man from Meade, Spite.
He had some big plays tonight.
He did.
Now Monmouth really going to waste the clock.
Oh, they could go victory here.
Not quite.
Well, we only have one timeout left.
Right. So McCray gives it to Spite up the middle, and Spite down at the 3-yard line. That's a 1st down. So that'll be 1st and goal for Monmouth. The Tigers about to fall to 0-2. Monmouth to go to 1-1. More importantly, Monmouth will be 1-0 in the conference. The Tigers will be 0-1.
They had 12 people in the huddle. They could have called that there because the guy just ran out.
1:40 in the clock moving.
And I think, they go empty.
And it's
take a knee.
Entow. Nope. He's going to take it into the end zone for the touchdown, his 3rd tonight. So now he's got 4 carries on the year, and 3 of them are for touchdown, or 5 carries on the year, and 4 of them for touchdowns.
And that was from the Wildcat.
2nd time tonight from the Wildcat that he's done that. 41-23 with 1:25 to go. The score not going to indicate that this was a close game.
Well, the other thing is, we had a very similar situation to this. We were beating James Madison 28-21, and I remember Dan Crowley, our quarterback, wanted to run because the year before they had blow us out, and we were ahead, like I said, 20. We took the knee. But Crowley wanted a timeout because he wanted to score again. And that was the game that Tony Vincent carried the ball 41 times.
Well, Sheridan didn't quite get the 41 tonight, but he had a good ball game. 33 carries for 145 yards and a touchdown. Ento, though, the biggest play of the game maybe was 4th and a half yard, and he went 66 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah, and also the pick by them on the halfback pass or the wide receiver pass, whatever it was.
So 42-23 with 1:25 to go. Tigers will be out of conference the next 2 weeks against Morgan and Norfolk State. And another pooch kick and a fair catch called for by the Tigers. So Coach Shinnick going to have to work on the turnovers. That's the key to this game. The Tigers had 3. Monmouth had 1.
And we capitalized on it on the short
That was
field.
on the first possession of the game.
Yeah.
They haven't had one since. Diego Hunter, the running back, as Nathan Kent brings them out. One receiver to the left, 3 men to the right. Kent drops back to throw. Pressure comes, throws it across the middle, and it's intercepted.
4 turnovers. What's he doing? That should be delay of the game because he was on the ground.
There's an injured Monmouth player on the field.
He's on the ground.
Monmouth's had a lot of guys get hurt tonight.
Yeah, it's a combination.
Didn't look like any of them were very serious, but
no, a couple of them were the cramping up.
unsportsmanlike on
Good.
Monmouth. Doesn't really make any difference at this point.
No, they're going to take a knee 3 times. Oh, yeah, turnover review.
We're only 4 hours in. What's another couple of minutes?
You take away the 45 minutes, it's 3 and change.
Still a long time.
Do we get overtime?
So if we look at the final stats here tonight, or just about the final stats, Monmouth outgaining the Tigers 441 to 275. First downs 24 to 14. As Monmouth on the night ran 76 plays to the Tigers 56. As they continue to work on the injured Monmouth player.
Well, the coaching staff at Towson has a lot of work to do during this week and for their preparation for the Morgan Bears. And, you know, with new faces on the team between the transfers and the freshmen, you know, I don't know if it's, you know, the history of the Morgan Towson really dwells on, you know, the Towson football team.
So it is an interception. Then they move it back 15 yards for the unsportsmanlike penalty.
I think when we lost to them here a century ago, it was a pretty close game.
Well, this was 28 to 23 a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, that's true. Wow.
They are in the victory formation, so it's going to be a couple of plays as McCray takes the knee. As again, the Tigers going to fall to 0-2, while Monmouth goes to 1-1. More importantly, they are 1-0 in the CAA, and the Tigers are 0-1 in the CAA. Tigers' next CAA game, not a picnic, as they have to go to New Hampshire to take on the Wildcats on September 30th.
I still have nightmares of playing there up there early when our coming into the league. You know, when Chip Kelly was the offensive coordinator.
There's another knee.
And that's it.
And I think that's it. Ball game is effectively over as the clock will wind down. The Tigers fall here tonight by a final score of 42-23.
Let's see.
So Towson falling to 0-2, while Monmouth goes to 1-1. So that'll do it from here at Johnny Unitas Stadium. The Tigers falling to the Hawks 42-23. Thanks to all of our crew here tonight. It's been a long evening. So for Gordy Combs, I'm Spiro Marikas. Final score from here at Towson, it is the Monmouth Hawks 42, Towson 23. Have a great weekend.